special hello to all the early birds. Is it a plane? Is it a Superman? No, it is an early bird. Thank you very much, Romka. Давай, блядь, second day in a row. Da. Special love to all the Slavs in the chat. Special love. Is it a Monday? Is it a Tuesday? Is it a Wednesday? Is it a Thursday? It's none of those because you're with the Yugopnik. And with the Yugopnik, it is always a motherfucking Friday.
Shadow Rich Gang just took your soul and you're never getting it back. I'm being gang stalked by the CIA. They put a chip in my brain. My body has been taken over by an evil spirit.
Shadow.
Wonderful, a new child soldier, a new subscriber.
The shadow people are in your walls.
Thank you very much, Cloud9, starting off strong. Thank you, beautiful. Welcome. Starting very, very soon. Very, very soon. What is soon? It is a social construct. Society.
Holy shit!
Shadow Rich Money Gang. Shadow Rich Money Gang. How is motherfucking chat doing this fine Wednesday? It is Wednesday, my dudes. Indeed, it is the 22nd of May, and it is between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. where I am. It's been a great day. I'm running around doing some shit. I needed to change the address on my ID card, and obviously I went to the other side of town with like 7 pieces of documentation, but I'll leave it to post-socialist administration to tell me that actually you don't need any of these papers. You need a completely different 10 pieces of paper that prove that you live on the address that you live in. So yeah, spent around 2 hours running up and down, up and down. But lady, look, here on the phone, it says that this is what I need. And as much as I can see, these are the papers that I need. Lady looks me straight in the eye and says, the website must not have been updated. I don't know what the IT people are being paid for. So eternal hatred towards all IT people is what I'm saying. How are you doing, chat? How are you doing? Tell me about your day. Anything interesting? Anybody got fired? Anybody got a job? Anybody went to protest? Anybody got a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, it's my chat, so I doubt the last one happened for anybody. But hey, one can always hope. One can always hope. I showed up 2.5 hours late to work, fucking based, especially if they didn't notice. That is exactly the time you should show up at work. For me, it was very revolutionary when I started working from home because obviously in the office I stole as many hours from my employer as I potentially could by sitting in the toilet for 30 minutes, by taking 2-hour cigarette breaks, by standing next to the coffee machine for at least 15 minutes, even though the coffee machine can make me a coffee in exactly 30 seconds, etc., etc. But since I started working from home back even in my corporate era, the game was completely changed. It's not here. I have one of those mice. I paid like $100 for it that automatically vibrates and finds things on the page to click so that I always appeared online. I downloaded a bootleg version of Microsoft Teams so that it always shows me that I'm online and that I'm currently using certain apps. I used a adjusted version of ChatGPT to automatically fill out my hourly form, the thing where you need to put, oh, this is what you did today, this in this hour, this is what you did, this is what you did, this is what you did. And the best tiny advice of fucking over your corporate job, I'm talking about people whose whole career is basically respectfully but going on calls, is you find a few colleagues that are on the same wavelength as yourself. And the trick is you set up calls for each other, 3 to 4 calls throughout the whole week that are an hour and a half long, to which neither of you will show up. So it fills up your time slots on your calendar that in most corporations everybody has access to. So you have 2 or 3 friends at work that you do this with. You can pretty much go up to 15 hours worth of out of 40 hours in the work week that you fill with meetings that none of you will go to. A small tip. That, and buy that mouse that moves. Or if you don't want to spend money on the mouse that moves, and if your corporation doesn't really have very good software that tracks what you're doing on your actual computer, a pretty decent tip is just writing 100 hours of nothing. Okay. Just this video, 100 hours of nothing. You just play this video, and your computer will never go offline. Right? Absolutely never go offline. Good luck with the baby. Did anybody get a baby? Bedridden, 9 months pregnant, watching Hassan play Batman and crocheting. Glad you are streaming. Well, welcome. I will try and make your baby carrying more enjoyable, I guess, or less boring. At least I will attempt to do so, but no promises are being made here, okay? I am not signing absolutely any document. I'm considering quitting my job soon to pursue an education. I'm lucky to be in one of the very few places in the U.S. that offers some form of free school. Wish me luck, I guess. That is exactly what we're doing. Also hard to believe, but I have a very happy girlfriend of about 4 years. Oh my God, there is one person in chat that actually has a partner. We salute you. Now give those cooties to everybody else. Romka, thank you for the 100 bits. Pivo and Zaza during corpo lunch break. Always, absolutely always. My problem with I stopped drinking during work for 2 reasons. Because I'm a degenerate alcoholic and I can't stop myself with just one beer, obviously. But number 2 is after beer, I really feel like sleeping. I really feel like just passing the fuck out. And usually lunch break is in the middle of the workday, or at least after 2-3 hours of the workday. So 3-4 hours remain, and if I'm sleepy and I need to do all that shit, I am not about to, okay? I don't have a partner, but I have something better, Warhammer. Calivinger, that is impressive. You are an impressive human being, okay? And yes, sex is counter-revolutionary. So, what will we be doing today? Sorry, the coffee is hitting hard, okay? I'm trying to not drink energy drinks where like the
Wonderful. A
high
new
is a
child
bit
soldier.
slower
I
but
mean,
lasts longer.
subscriber.
Coffee just hits hard like a fucking truck, especially because I drink these double espressos. And look at the fancy cup my girlfriend bought. I have like fucking tigers or whatever the fuck. And we like inherited from the previous owners a very big like what do you call it, like a cupboard or like the thing that usually back in the day people held their TVs on, imported from China, and it's like, I don't know, 60 fucking years old, and they left it to us. They took most of the furniture, but they left that one to us. So we have a little like what the Westerners would call the Oriental corner, what I just call the fucking Chinese corner, with like interesting Chinese stuff that even some Chinese friends of mine gave me to put there. Classic Balkan household. You have to have a corner that is quote unquote either showing off or quite literally culture stealing from a particular culture in your home for no particular reason whatsoever. I've never been to China. I've never lived in China. The lady left it, so I was like, fuck yeah, it looks cool, okay? It looks cool. No, the Mao Tai is now behind me. You can see the Mao Tai right here. Wait, let me show you. The Mao Tai is right here behind the chat. There we go. Okay, the shit we drank last time. That was fucking a wild piece of alcohol. Thank you very much, Utter86, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful, beautiful child soldier. Okay, so what are we doing today? Enough with the updates about little old me, which is like the most boring update. I went to the administration building and I didn't get absolutely anything done. My car hit like 300,000 kilometers recently, so I most likely will be maybe getting a new car. That is absolutely necessary, and I will probably splurge much more than I need to. But hey, I have capitalist brain rot just like the rest of you, and I care about the type of brand that is plastered all over a piece of machinery that, you know, is supposed to just take me from place A to place B. But no. I'm too far deep down the rabbit hole of liking quote-unquote good, nice things, even though they're not necessarily nice things. I'm just propagandized into liking nice things. But hey, when you spot an addiction, it's less of an addiction, one could say, okay? Get a Porsche GT3 RS. No, that's some cheap shit, man. I'm getting something proper, okay? I'm getting something actually good. Fucking what the fuck? Get a Lamborghini. I would not get a Lamborghini even if I had enough money for it. No, I will definitely get something over the top, but I will use the Balkans, being, well, the fucking Balkans, to get something that has been acquired in through suspicious circumstances. I'm definitely not buying something new. Like,
Wonderful. A new
for
child
sure.
soldier.
Thank
A
you
new
very much,
subscriber.
Crazy Fist, my beautiful child soldier. Welcome to the great Gunnar state of Jizrael. Mr. Yugopnik, this marks the second month of my financial support for you, and we are still living under capitalism. Explain yourself. I am very sorry for not single-handedly reintroducing the great Marxist ideas to every corner of this planet, but so I can't give you that. The best I can give you is I'll get a car, okay? and that's pretty much it. But okay, let's start. What are we going to be talking about today? Today is going to be, the first half is probably going to be very Israel-centric. I saw an interesting video called The Best of Norm Finkelstein, and obviously just like my brain is completely melted with corporate consumption, it is also melted by the internet, and everything has to be a fucking tier list, and I really hope this is a tier list, not just a normal list. Then we're going to talk about the Biden-Israel connection that we touched on previously. There's an interesting video that can take us into the conversation about the difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, something in my opinion that doesn't really need to even be addressed in the get-go, but there's so much rising anti-Semitism that is correct that I guess the distinction needs to be made. We're going to talk about colleges and why nobody's going to colleges. We're going to talk about Chinese industry, especially the car industry, overtaking that of the US. We're going to touch on what the fuck is happening in Haiti. We're going to watch some news. The Democracy Now! Has still not released today's episodes. I'm going to wiggle my finger at them as a proud Patreon supporter. God damn it, what am I giving my $5 a month to, eh? Hey, we're going to talk about academia and leftist bias. Lots of interesting topics, very, very diverse. But before we start, already Twitch is pushing an ad down our throat. An ad is going to play in exactly 1 minute. If you would like to enjoy this without having to watch any corporate propaganda, so it's only communist propaganda. Consider becoming a sub for $5 a month or for free through Prime, or hell, give it to somebody else. Thank you for even considering it. Without you, this show would not be self-sustainable, and I would have to probably get some ad guy. Imagine if I'm selling you jeans here, or selling you diapers, or selling you a socialist twist to Coca-Cola every time I say something. Okay, let's start with this beautiful man, the most based of boomers, the most based of kings. Here we are big fans of a particular breed of boomer, and right now we have the people entering the tier list are Norman Finkelstein and Yanis Varoufakis. Okay, those are our two top tier boomers that we consume on a regular basis, from which we learn something new. Okay, Yanis just introduced us to a very small thing, like the whole capitalist system evolving into a new superstructure where there is a feudal digital overlord serfdom that kind of also oppresses the bourgeois. Just little contributions to the Marxist dialectic, very little, just completely changing the fucking game. But yes, indeed. So Norman Finkelstein and Yanis Varoufakis. I look forward to you guys sending me some other based boomers. We watched a liberal boomer who was very not based the other time, and I lost my fucking mind with their reintroduction of generational competition and generational hatred as a method through which they try to explain away capitalism and the problems of capitalism. The problems of capitalism is that old people have too much money. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to learn. So, okay, top tier shit that Norman Finkelstein has said. This is a very difficult list to create, in my opinion. Go check out Chemical Mind that made this. Very extremely underrated channel. Please, mods, add the link to the video and pin it in chat. And check out the channel as well. Okay, so this is a difficult video to make because Norman Finkelstein has said so many base things throughout his life that it's difficult to compile the top because all of it is very top tier shit. I'm very proud to say that I've been a fan of Norman Finkelstein for like half a decade now. Okay, even because he's been removed from academia for 2 decades. But obviously I was a fucking little baby Ugopnik. There was no Hugo in it. I was just a pnik back then. I was so small. I was just a pnik that I couldn't. I couldn't know him, but ever since I was a conscious, at least anti-imperialist, I've been a very big fan of good old Norm, the Jew that was called anti-Semitic more than probably any Jew that I've ever heard of. Okay, so yeah, let's get into the video.
One country in the entire Arab world.
Pnik sounds like a slur. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we have a new slur. If you don't like what I'm doing here, just call me a dirty pnik. Okay, that is a slur that is only and exclusively usable for me, myself, and I. For this guy with the mask in front of your camera talking to you. Okay, so let's begin.
World wants to help them. Why?
Thank you. I'll answer it one simple sentence. Why did any of the European countries or the United States want Jews before the Nazi Holocaust? Maybe the Jews were like the Palestinians. They were so horrible, or as the current Israeli government calls them, human animals. You think that's the reason? You think that's the reason? You're smiling, but your stupid smirk won't change the fact that the very argument you used, it was used by Hitler to justify the extermination of the Jews. Nobody wants them because they're so terrible and so horrible. You're a Nazi speaking now in those kinds of arguments.
I want to thank Dr. Norman Finkelstein.
But eventually, everybody comes to an accommodation, except the Palestinians. The Palestinian people should know your leaders and the useful idiots on college campuses who are their allies are not doing you any favors by keeping alive the river to the sea myth. I mean, where do you think Israel is going? Spoiler alert, nowhere.
He's such an ignorant sack of shit. He hasn't a clue what the history is.
This is a real fucking Sigma edit, okay? This is a real fucking uncircumcised Sigma edit. And this single man, I can't think of a bigger red flag, but not necessarily for a bad person, just for somebody who's not really a person. Like some aliens dropped you on the planet and you're trying to pretend you're human. If you watch this guy unironically. If you watch this guy shown on the screen unironically, there is no way that you are a human being. I refuse to believe that somebody can watch this guy and actually find him entertaining or funny. I completely refuse to. Doesn't matter what like ideological background, how brainwashed you are, etc., etc. I can absolutely understand watching Alex Jones. I can absolutely understand watching Tucker Carlson. I can absolutely understand being brainwashed by Fox News, etc., etc. Obviously, I criticize it, but I understand how you can come to a position in life where that you find that enriching, right? But this, I refuse to. I refuse to consider people who watch this guy for over, I don't know, a month or two to be humans. They are not humans. Okay? Okay? First like addition to Yugopnik race theory. Okay? If you watch him, you're automatically a non-humanoid to me. Okay? You get no rights.
Spoiler alert, no war.
He's such an ignorant sack of shit. He hasn't a clue what the history is. He really doesn't know anything. So, what are the facts? If you disagree with me, have me on your program. Already in 1976, the Palestine Liberation Organization, which at that point was a representative organization of the Palestinian people, was supporting two states on the June 1967 border. They were supporting the compromise. They were already giving up. They gave up. And I hope this will sink into the minds of your listeners. It's impossible that they'll sink into the mind of Bill Maher, because there isn't a mind. There's a blank space that's filled in with desperate attempts of being clever and funny for his paid listeners.
I'm not talking about just Palestinians. I'm talking about the Muslim community worldwide that has produced a seemingly unending supply of suicide bombers over the last 50 years who are powerfully deranged by religious symbols and literally like rigging children to explode.
And there's a large amount of literature since 9/11 on suicide bombers. Does he cite anything? How many? I'd like to ask him a question. Since we're talking about people who are partially deranged, there was a poll run, Time Magazine, and a report that's 57% of Israelis think that Israel is not using enough force in Gaza. Not using enough force. And they all have access.
I'm very sorry for looking at my phone. Something like family related popped up. You guys please watch the video. Give me like 3 minutes to resolve it. Thank you kindly.
The internet, so they see all the same pictures as you see and I see. They see all of those kids and they think not enough force is being used. I would say that's prima facie evidence of being powerfully deranged. If we were going to make comparisons, I think suicide bombers actually has at least some raw physical courage. So you can say, no, that's not the same because the Hamas and the other fanatics, they blow up innocents. Really? And what do you think is going on in Gaza? Hospitals? Where Human Rights Watch concluded that there was no military justification for the targeting of hospitals. What are you targeting in hospitals? You're talking about targeting the lame, the sick, the nearly dead, and the newborn. That's what you're targeting in hospitals. That's okay? People don't want to hear it, but I'll say it. Israel is a citizen army. So when they carry out the genocide,
right.
representative of Israeli society.
Right.
Everyone in Israel is either a war criminal or a vicarious war criminal. Everybody participating is a participant in the genocide.
For me, I find it very hard to then respect anyone's demand for people to condemn.
That panda's wife, see her family is more important than us Twitch chatters. What do you mean? A Twitch chatter texted me, okay? You are my family. I'm not trying to build a weird digital interaction with you guys. No, not at all. Not at all. No, it's solved. It's fine. I'll just have to look at my phone from time to time. It's not a big deal. Nobody died, okay? Nobody died.
Israel and their response.
Piers, I'm trying to be candid with you. Number one, I appreciate your humanity. I do. I don't know you from Adam. I'm not a TV or a television or a social media kind of person. I'm a book person. I'm old-fashioned. However, I do recall that when that famous moment when Susan Boyle appeared on Britain's Got Talent, and I remember the camera turning to you, focusing on you. I could see it in my mind's eye. I saw your eyes narrow, and suddenly the humanity in you came up. Here is this obscure woman whose talent had gone unrecognized. And if I can speak to that same program, for me the most poignant moment, the one I carry with me since that moment, was when Simon Cowell asked Susan Boyle, well, why haven't you been discovered yet? And she replied, because I haven't been given a chance. And that's how I feel about the people of Gaza. That's how I feel about those young men in Gaza. You ask me why I won't condemn them. Because those young men were born into a concentration camp. They were born into among the most dense populated places on God's earth. half of the population of Gaza is children. 70% are refugees who were expelled from Israel in 1948 and their descendants. 70% of Gaza's youth have no jobs, no future, no nothing. They are Susan Boyle.
Oh my
10,000.
God. Fucking.
Never given a chance. There were atrocities, large atrocities that occurred on October 7th.
Let me just go handle this. I really apologize, Chad. I genuinely apologize. Let me go handle this. You watch the video and I'll be right back. Stay. I'm coming.
I think it's indisputable. You then asked me, would you consider it terrorism? I then replied to you, I think atrocities denote terrorism. However, I said I take the same attitude towards the perpetrators of those atrocities as the abolitionists in the United States took towards the Nat Turner Rebellion. Nat Turner,
so you justify them, so you praise them, so you glorify them, and you honor them. That's the reality.
Piers, can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? Yeah. Nat Turner and the slave revolt committed horrible atrocities. The abolitionists said horrible things happened, but they never condemned
No, they
Nat
don't
Turner.
happen. They are perpetrated by people. You're justifying
what they
it.
did
Shame
was,
on Finkelstein,
allow me to
this
finish.
is the lowest point
Piers,
you've ever
please tell
gotten
him
to,
to stop.
and you've gotten to low points, but this is the lowest point you've gotten to, comparing these rapists and these murderers
well, I think
to abolitionists
Alan, let him
is the
finish.
lowest point in your history.
Let him finish what he's trying to say.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me have
By the
the
way,
last word.
Nat Turner's rebellion. Okay. In Nat Turner's rebellion, they committed horrible atrocities, including beheading babies. That's a fact. However, the
And you're
abolitionists,
justifying that.
they did
And you're
not.
justifying that.
They did not. Please, Piers, can you please tell him?
I think
stop?
let him finish the point he's making, and then you respond.
Okay. Thank you so much. However, the abolitionists did not condemn the perpetrators. The abolitionists kept saying, "We told you so. We told you so. We told you so." If you treat people like that, what happened with the slave revolt inevitably would happen. And I say, if you lock 2 million people in a concentration camp for 20 years, half of whom are children who were born into that concentration camp, don't react with shock and dismay and disbelief and indignation at what happened on October 7th. I have spent the last 20 years of my life studying what's been done to the people of Gaza. And each time I reread what I wrote, I'm more firm than ever before. I will not condemn those people, even as I acknowledge that massive, unspeakable atrocities occurred on October 7th.
Okay.
If Hamas has to be dismantled because of what it did on October 7th, then if you take Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Protective Edge, then the Israeli government has to be dismantled 10 times over.
I follow you.
It's called keeping a single standard. You want to talk about the 290 Israeli...
Okay, I'm back. Everything is done. Everything has been completed. Thank you very, 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 very much. I apologize. Thank you, mods, for holding the motherfucking fort, baby. Okay. Everything's fine. I am back. Everybody's alive. Nobody has died. It was like a money thing. I needed to help somebody out. They needed money right now. Doesn't fucking matter. Okay, we're back. Everything is okay. What did I miss? Normal Finkelstein being based? That's to miss a lot.
Messages, I say fine. But then let's talk about the 2,300,000 Gazans.
He's going to go down in history books, said Pandas. Absolutely. This man will be on, this man will have, 1,000,000%, will have whole segments in high school curriculum history page books. This man might even have a whole page. Oh, you're not going to have a whole page. You know, he's not Genghis Khan or Adolf Hitler or fucking, I don't know, Lenin. But he will have whole segments, 1,000,000%. This man not only spoke up when nobody dared bring it up inside of his circles, the academic circles, and nowadays the wider media circuit, but he did it with such eloquence. He is correct on unironically 100% of the points when it comes to his discussion of Gaza, and I sincerely doubt that history can forget somebody who has been this loud during a time when so many were fucking quieter than a mouse. But yeah, he's not going to be in American school books, that's for sure. Okay, I'm talking about the normal world, okay? When they talk about the Gaza genocide, and hopefully when they talk about the beginning of the decline of the apartheid regime on that whole piece of land, this man will be not only mentioned, but talked about in detail.
Hostages. Gaza. Oh, yes, Gaza. Hamas is closing the gates. I know that. I totally support the Houthis. You'll be surprised, perhaps, to learn, as I learned, during that horrible Saudi Arabian blockade of Yemen. Do you know how many Houthis, how many Yemenis died? 88,000, of whom 60% starved to death. Sure, there's a religious side to it. I'm not going to deny it. But there is just a fundamental understanding, a human sympathy, a pity for what's being done to the people of Gaza because it was done to them. And the Houthis say their message to the world is, while the people of Gaza are being martyred, there is going to be no business as usual. As a Jew, I would have respected any government in the world during the Nazi Holocaust who would have done what the Houthis are doing. Whenever there's a conflict in the street, you know, two kids beating the daylights out of each other, or two gangs beating the daylights out of each other, the prudent man, educated man, he walks away. It's always the market woman who intervenes to break it up. She's reacting to her pity. And that's the whole world. The whole world finds all sorts of excuses to walk away. The Houthis are so primitive and they carry their spears. But you know what? They have...
Not only that, in the so-called developed world in particular, the conversation about violence, as Zizek has great work on this, and it pains me to mention Zizek when we're talking about Palestine because he took L's there and he's taking L's everywhere when it comes to geopolitics. But Zizek has done profound work on the discussion of violence. And in the so-called developed world, violence is taken away from any sort of context, and it is given a bubble in which it exists where it is 100% of the time always defined as bad. There is no situation in which violence can be an acceptable answer. That is a part of just Western culture at this point. But it is an ironic part of Western culture because when we are doing the violence on someone else, then it is not necessarily violence, it is a civilizational effort. It is bringing democracy, it is bringing freedom, it is bringing understanding to them by removing, that's what we say, by removing evil members of leadership and their supporters, etc., etc. Israel is now attacking Gaza, not because it is an apartheid regime that wants to spread its colonial tentacle over into the territories which it has not been able to do until now. No. They are only doing it because they want to enrich the Palestinian people. They want to liberate the Palestinian people. They want to give them a new life, etc., etc. When they do it, it is not violence. When we do it, it is always just de facto evil. That's one aspect of it. And the other is just the brainwashing that has been introduced to everybody to say that under no context, especially if you're the underdog, quote unquote, under no context are you allowed to be violent because that is how you lose and that is how you become the same as the other guy, etc., etc. Violence has been removed from context. It has been made into this boogeyman that you can absolutely never touch. And that is why some people consider these comments from Norman Finkelstein as taboo, because they are quite lit. They are taboo for the mainstream perspective on resistance and violence in general, because he has the balls to say that sometimes violence is warranted. Okay? And even saying it right now, because it's been pummeled into my head, especially by my Western education. I never believed that before. My Balkan upbringing was always, no, fucking somebody touches you, you touch them back, suck my fucking dick, right? That was my attitude. And it's, to an extent, becoming more of it. Because there is great beauty in turning the other cheek. There is. There absolutely is. But you need to differentiate between turning the other cheek once and turning the other cheek 10 times, 100 times, 150 times. You hit somebody once, turn the other cheek, absolutely. But if you keep hitting me, I'm running out of cheeks after the second hit, my friend, okay? I'm running out of cheeks. And then I start punching back. So violence does not exist in a vacuum, okay? It is just like any other mechanism through which humans create or destroy. And sometimes it is a method of oppression. Sometimes it is a method of, I'm sorry, but liberation.
Wonderful. A new child soldier.
Thank you very much
subscriber.
to Gabriel Hellborn for the gifted sub. And thank you to Rizzy. Welcome back for the resub second month. I'm turning both cheeks for fellow comrade Susie. Okay, I should have said turn the other cheeks 4 times because we got them 4 cheeks, baby. But yeah. Petruzzo, you have 4 cheeks. Yeah, I get it. 4 cheeks, max allowed. Yes, chat. You fucking, everybody's horny, man. We're talking about genocide and you fucks are still horny. To better bring the point home, sometimes the status quo continuing commits far more violence than using violence to change the status quo. If you're really against people suffering and you go down the pacifist route, or even worse, you go down the pacifist route and you preach pacifism, you're simply committing violence without lifting your own hand, without lifting your own tank, without lifting your own grenade, without lifting your own knife, without lifting your own fist. But you're doing as much violence as somebody, you're doing more violence in some cases than somebody that lifts that knife, that fist, that tank, that RPG, that whatever, in order to change the status quo, which has been violent towards them since they can remember. Okay? Try and not look at violence as this de facto bad thing. Violence is bad, but violence never, like, nobody wakes up one morning and wants to beat the shit out of somebody else, at least when they're quote unquote right in the head. It's just an awful term. There's many ways of you being quote unquote right in the head, but you get my fucking point.
Pity for the people of Gaza because they went through the same thing. And that's why I say don't mess with the Houthis.
The Israeli Defense Forces, it is a genocidal army. Why are you allowed to have...
My desk is super flat. Like, usually raises higher. Look. You can't see my, like, it looks like I have a massive forehead that I'm hiding, like, as if it, like, continues, like, this much above. My desk doesn't want to go up. It's, like, stuck on this height, so I'll go down, I guess. I pay so much fucking money for this desk, and now it doesn't want to go up. Like, the fuck? Capitalism. There you go. Capitalism.
For a genocide,
or I got taller.
At this moment, a genocidal state and a genocidal army, okay, the language doesn't seem as provocative. We support the IDF. But the content is 10,000 times more offensive and outrageous to any, so to speak, civilized mind and civilized heart than the from the river to the sea.
I still refuse to believe things are so black and white with Zizek. I do as well. Nobody is black and white, but always, just to have a healthy life, always kill your heroes. So always talk about what Lenin said, what Zizek said, what Stalin said, what Gandhi said, what any fucking thinker, that Aristotle said. Look at their words and their analysis of particular things and agree or disagree with particular theses, right? Don't say, I absolutely love everything that person A, person B, or person C says, okay? It makes no sense because eventually they will say dumb fucking shit, wrong fucking shit you disagree with, shit that is just not true, not correct from your perspective, from your experience, etc., etc. So concentrate on theses that you agree with analyses that you agree with, instead of just the guy, right? Because then it turns into sycophancy, and it's in the long run, it's kind of toxic because you end up even agreeing with certain points of theirs that you don't really even agree with, but you're like, I'm a stan, you know. Don't turn political ideology into stands, okay? It's just going to be unhealthy for you, I'm saying. It's going to be unhealthy for you. That's why I stay away from calling myself, oh, I'm an ML, oh, I'm a Maoist, oh, I'm a this and that, you know?
The slogan, and the only reason there is an argument about that slogan, even though, as I said, I disagree with it, but that's a separate matter, whether I agree or disagree with it. The only reason there's an argument about that slogan is because we have legitimized this notion that hurt feelings...
Even with you, absolutely even with me. Jesus Christ. Okay, except standing for a homeland for all gooners that we will title Jisrael, which shall be developed on the British Isle after we expel everyone. Okay? Except that is my core belief. That's like disagreeing with Marx and Engels on the class dichotomy and history being class conflict, etc., etc. Like the core thesis. This is what I've brought to the world. That, and the second one is the only way to truly internationalize everyone is to create a conspiracy that actually aliens are invading us, so that we all unite against them, because our racism towards aliens will be higher than our racism towards each other, and we will actually create a successful world government. That is the other one. That is my contribution to the world, okay?
Are grounds for stifling speech. And that, to me, is totally unacceptable.
Hi.
Do you feel like people often get attached to a fictional post-revolution state, and this is why there's so much infighting, essentially counting chickens before they hatch? Also, lots of dissident right propaganda. That's one of the points. I believe it's a smaller point when it comes to our disagreements on what comes afterwards, but it is one that warrants bringing up for the simple reason that even the OG thinkers, like Engels, for example, said, we can't know what it's going to look like. Okay? You won't know what it's going to look like. You won't know what future contradictions are going to be born out of a working class society, if we want to call it that, right? New contradictions are going to exist, and then we're going to combat those. The only thing simplified beyond measure, the socialist just wants to address the biggest elephant in the room right now, which is the class contradiction, because it causes so many other problems, right? For us as a species, right? We want to address this, and then we're going to address other contradictions. But we want to start with this. And it is a strong tool, not only because of the class discussion, but through intersectionality, etc., etc. It is a liberating movement because it de facto, with class consciousness, addresses horrible shit like, homophobia, transphobia, racism, sexism, etc., etc. It's a part of the same package de facto because it cannot... it would be insane to not see class and not see other forms of discrimination, right? Nobody's saying that once the class dichotomy is addressed, those things will simply dissipate, etc., etc. But again, put as simply as possible, we're saying the next step for human societal evolution is addressing the biggest elephant in the room, and that is class exploitation. And basically us being governed by the invisible mind of the market, which we put first and foremost, and not any other fellow human or any other human characteristic that we want to guide us. We've all sat down and agreed that this fictional fucking code of the market is supposed to be our God King. And socialists are simply saying, no, fuck that shit. And once we address this, other things will need to be addressed. That, like, I cannot simplify it more as, I don't know, an introduction to socialism for your friends, your loved ones, etc., etc. So is socialism ultimately about adaptability? Socialism is ultimately about evolution. Evolution. If all of history is class conflict, we've evolved every single time we addressed this class conflict. Oh, fuck you, I'm not following a king because he says he's down, he's been endowed by God, and he has some friends, the aristocrats, which also are like partly endowed by God. What, I'm a slave just because you think you can buy me and sell me? In previous slave societies, again, I'm oversimplifying. No, fuck that. Every single time we addressed the dichotomy between the so-called oppressed and oppressor, we've evolved. So socialism is ultimately about societal evolution, growth.
During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish people in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, to Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German, and they're also extremely offensive.
What do you think will destroy us first, late-stage capitalist fascistic regimes or the impending climate catastrophe? One goes with the other. One literally goes with the other. The impending climate catastrophe will cause mass migrations, which will give fuel to late-stage capitalist fascistic regimes, right? Or the other way around, if somehow they have a different pitch and they come into full fruition before we start falling apart, before a climate completely starts falling apart, they will instill policies that do not care about the climate and just take that shit on a fucking high-speed chase, right? So the climate catastrophe will come sooner instead of later. That's it.
People who've actually suffered under Nazis.
It is literally socialism or barbarism. That's arguably one of the best sentences ever presented to explain the choice before us. And I would take it to the absolute extreme, not just barbarism, because fascism is barbarism, which we can all agree on, but I'm talking post-apocalyptic shit. We'll go back to hitting each other with rocks after we throw nukes at each other because the capitalist class of one country versus the capitalist class of another country wants to have more fucking dough. So barbarism in the literal sense. That's how I interpret it, in the very literal sense. But then again, is it bad to Is it bad though? This is a I don't know. I fuck with it. Let's go monkey, baby. Thank you, Javelina, for the sub with Prime. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier. Oh.
I don't respect that anymore. I really don't.
Yada Gibashi, you scared my dog. I'm very sorry. Apologize to the dog, okay?
Wonderful. A new
I
child
don't
soldier.
like,
I
and I
mean,
don't
subscriber.
respect the crocodile.
Thank you, Javelina.
To the crocodile tears. No. I'm sorry, folks. Allow me to finish, and allow me to finish. Listen, sir. Allow me to finish. Sir. I don't like to play before an audience the Holocaust card. But since
This is like his OG video. I remember watching this half a decade ago, and I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. And that's additionally why he's so important, because his parents went through arguably one of the worst periods of human history. And he can say, really, you want to use anti-Semitism against me, you motherfucker?
now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please.
And when he was young, he was a Maoist. And remember, like the Soviet-Chinese split at one point, Soviet-Sino split, as it's called. And he had big, hardcore problems with his mom and dad, because his mom and dad were like, Stalin saved us from the fucking Holocaust. You criticize Stalin, we will literally proceed to beat the shit out of you and call you a disgusting traitor, right? So there was always like, he grew up in let's just call it an intensely political family, which is to be expected when your parents went through, again, one of the worst things that has ever happened to humans, ever.
Shut up! My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in my concentration camp. Every single member of my family, on my father's side, the Jews did not take arms against the Germans. My late father was in Auschwitz concentration camp. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp.
Norman Finkelstein is the original streamer, okay? This is what it feels like to be a streamer, but IRL, man. He's sitting there with an extremely aggressive chat. Sometimes I'm jealous of people with like extremely toxic chats, because I feel like we've built like a very wholesome community here, and I'm like, Jesus, can you like be mean to me? Daddy, please be mean to me. No, please don't, okay? I'm a little boy. I'm just a little boy. I will just cry, okay? I will pull the mask over my eyes and just cry, okay? Please don't be mean to me.
Every single member of my family on both sides was exterminated.
There we go. Okay. You're cringe, you gopnik. A debate bro for the people. The mask stinks. Yeah, poopy face. Great.
Both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And it's precisely and exactly because of
You are a tiny baby with small brain. All correct. All of these are correct. Like, you need to offend me on something that, like, is going to hit my ego very directly. Somebody called me, I don't remember it actually. I'm not going to give you a free joke, okay?
lessons my parents taught me and my two siblings. And I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against...
Oh, there you go. Tiny baby with small baby hands. That offended me. What fucking small hand? Have you seen these fucking choppers? The other day I met like an old gangster, very cool guy. In the circles I surround myself with, I touch with these people very often. And they call him Mito the Slap. And I asked the other guys on the table, I'm like, why do they call him the Slap? And they're like, hey, Mito, why do they call you the Slap? He takes out his hand. His hand is like double this finger in height and thickness. Every single finger of, like, his hands were as big as his forearms. His literal hands were as big as his forearms. I'm like, I can't believe I didn't fucking notice it. So yeah, that's why they call him the Slap, because the guy never punched the guy in the face. He just slaps them into a fucking eternal coma, man.
It's the Palestinians, and I consider nothing.
I know some stuff. Chevapi is mech. Now you're just being mean. Now you're just targeting my culture, okay? Okay?
More despicable than to use their suffering and their martyrdom to try to justify...
Danger Aline, glad he didn't take out his peen. Do you think it's directly... I remember when I was very young, and yeah, when I was young, I used to watch Sex and the City with my mom. Learned a lot about women from that show. I don't know if that's extremely toxic or good, but most like positive things, especially about women's sexuality and, me not fucking judging it, basically, which should be a basic thing, but no, men are so cringe that it's not basic. And there was one particular episode where they discussed like the size of man's hands and their cocks, and from that day onwards, it's been like drilled into my brain that whenever I notice a dude with very small hands or very big hands, I immediately assume the pee-pee size, okay? So I don't know.
By the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes that Israel daily commits against the Palestinians.
Sorry, I'll say a proper insult. Your drinking is lightweight. Dude, that hurt. That really hurt. That did hurt. But it's incorrect, so it's not going to hit my ego. Susie Dean, it's not true. You must have small hands. Or not a penis, then. I don't know.
So I refuse.
I have average size hands, okay?
Intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be crying for the Palestinians, not for what's being done.
Absolutely, Mr. Norman, thank you very much to Chemical Mind for making this video. Everybody go and check out their work. I hope the link is in chat. It's not. I'm going to post it. Mods, what are you doing, goddammit? What did I want to say as well? And that is going to play in exactly 40 seconds. So if you would like to support the show and have an adless experience, please do consider becoming a sub and helping us reach this month's goal. Thank you very much for your consideration. Ads suck. Watching me doesn't. Fuck yeah. Moving on into anti-Zionism.
Last week,
is not anti-Semitism. For context, for those of you who might not know, the U.S. State Department, encouraged by the biggest lobby in the country, which is pretty much made up of hardcore Zionists and Israel representatives, pushed forward the let's call it redefinition of an extremely important term, which is anti-Semitism, because there's a lot of anti-Semitism. It is a very important term, to include basically not liking Israel. Okay, if you're not liking Israel, you anti-Semitic now, basically, which is both extremely fucked up because it belittles the extremely important term of anti-Semitism, and also gives bullets to all detractors of gives bullets against all opposition to apartheid, to colonialism, and to the Zionist Israeli project, right? And it's disgusting. It's like completely disgusting. It's like something you would see in a cartoon, like a cartoon villain would do this. They're like, ha ha! They look at all these people protesting. They're doing it because they're nice people. Let us repaint them into literally the worst thing you can be, one of the worst things you can be, and that's an anti-Semite. And that they basically, like, they did cartoon villain shit, and the U.S. Congress passed it. So
U.S. Congress passed a bill that clearly and firmly states that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This is a statement that codifies a long line of fallacious thinking that conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. This is totally absurd.
That would be a huge mistake to include not liking the state of Israel under the anti-Semitism umbrella. But that's what they did, Susie. That's literally what's been done, and it's been passed by U.S. Senate. Officially for all citizens and those residing in the United States of America, actively opposing the right for the apartheid colonial state of Israel to exist in its current form is de facto anti-Semitic by law, okay?
Absurd. These are two entirely different belief spectrums, and they should not be evaluated as a single group. It is, for example, entirely possible to criticize the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic. But more importantly, it's also possible to be an anti-Semitic Zionist. You see, as an anti-Semitic Zionist, I don't want to do this one. I am an anti-Semitic Zionist, and I am tired of people conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. When I found out that there was a place that the Jews just wanted to go to, I was the first one saying, okay, yeah, go there. And then I found out that place they wanted to go to was the Middle East, and I was like, I don't even know where that is. This is kind of a no-brainer, right? Right, guys? No-brainer? But because of the rampant conflation of these two spectrums, now everybody thinks I'm philo-Semitic. No, I'm just glad that they're getting rid of themselves. You can criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic. You're just wrong. On both fronts. Look, I can tell some of you are confused, so I made a chart. We have two spectrums: pro-Zionism versus
like unironically, sir, like an unironic anti-Semite, sir. You are telling me that taking all the Jews and putting them in a place away from the rest of us is problematic. Yes, it is problematic because it is going to be a colony and they will kill all the people locally. Oh, okay, that is a problem. But what are the local people? Palestinians. What is the Palestinian? What is that? Show me picture, please, sir. They show them a brown person. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, I am. I hate Jews and oh no, I mean I don't hate Jews. Jews need a homeland. Yes. Sorry, that came out wrong. Jews need a homeland, where the other, what did you call them? Pakistanis? Okay, all over with the Pakistanis. Absolutely, sir. Just south or east of Europe. Thank you very much. Basically, literally that.
Anti-Zionism and philo-Semitism versus anti-Semitism. Obviously, if you're a pro-Zionist philo-Semite, you have Jew-primacy over here in the top left. And opposing that, you have when you're anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. I put misguided over here because these are my brethren who just have the wrong idea. But adding a little bit more complexity to this graph, I'm up here as the anti-Semitic Zionist. And then most progressives are down here. They're not anti-Semitic, but they're anti-Zionist. And this is where a lot of the don't conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism.
I love this. Okay, so pro-Zionism, most Zionists, Jew primacy, conservatives, anti-Semitic Zionism, me. Oh, Lord. Also, like most of those fucking, I don't even know what the subsect of Christianity that specifically only exists in the U.S. Is extremely Zionist. The fucking, I like to call them the ISIS of Christianity, right? They are also very, very Zionist and directly, like, because of the belief, like the sect type of interpretation, this fucked up interpretation of Christianity, they're de facto anti-Semitic because they believe that when God comes, he's gonna just murder all the Jews in Israel and give it to Christians. So, and that's pretty fucking anti-Semitic. Imagine like the wild conflation of like wanting Jews to be in Israel so that when God comes, they're all in one spot so he can kill them. And that's why you're giving hundreds of millions of dollars to Israel and to the pro-Israel lobby. Like, imagine that being your ideology. You're like, I really believe that the Jews should have a homeland so that they're all in one spot. So God can come and kill them all and then give it back to us. We believe all the Jews should go and take land from Palestinians so that after they take the land from Palestinians, God can come and then kills all the Jews and then gives it to us. That's ISIS of Christianity, okay?
Rhetoric comes from, because these are people who are critical of Israel, but not from like
the law has only passed in the House. It still has to pass the Senate and get signed by the president. I don't doubt it will, but get passed though. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I amp things up here, okay? I take them to extremes. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, okay?
Anti-Semitic perspective, as opposed to me, who is not critical of Israel from an anti-Semitic perspective. So progressives are here. And then liberals are like more pro-Zionist, but they're also not anti-Semitic most of the time. And then the conservatives kind of, they're even more pro-Zionist, but then there's kind of a larger range. And then there are some unironic anti-Semitic Zionists in the conservative spectrum. This is a well-known trend among the right-wingers. Most Zionists are obviously up here in the pro-Zionism, philo-Semitism corner. And anti-Semitism and philo-Semitism, this is interesting. They kind of horseshoe around when you've got that 4chan autism. They start researching the Jews or whatever, and then they start liking the Jews. They learn so much about Jewish culture, they start like appreciating it. So yeah, hopefully this clears things up. So you're telling me that without even asking, you're going to remove the minority group from my country, concentrate them all in one spot in an ethno-state, and then kill a bunch of Arabs. We didn't even ask for
fucking, where do I sign up, baby? Holy shit. Give me that GoFundMe, because I am spending my fucking money.
That's just a little sugar on the cream. In fact, we explicitly asked you not to, and you did it anyway. So, the spirit, this good spirit, I guess.
What's the worst thing that can happen? A bunch of Pakistanis die. Oh. That's why. Remember the guy from yesterday, the Indian, the Indian guy. The plot twist might be that he's confused that Israelis are killing Pakistanis, not Palestinians, and that's why he supports Israel so much. He's like, yes, my Jewish brothers, keep killing those Pakistanis. Sir, they're Palestinians. Whatever, it starts with Pa, okay? Shut the fuck up, okay?
This is a no-brainer.
People cope with hardships in many ways. Some people cry, others get angry, and some just give up.
What this like? I love the playlist. It immediately jumped, but yeah, that's basically it. Anti-Semitism is not anti-Zionism. This is an idiotic conflation, and an idiotic conflation that we will hear more of in the years to come. The only real thing that you can tell people that conflate it is not argue with them, look them straight in the eye and say, 40,000 dead people, go fuck yourself. But you, 40,000 dead people, go fuck yourself. But you, the Jews homeland, 40,000 people, go fuck yourself. But apartheid, 40,000 dead people, go fuck yourself. That's the argument. Don't do anything else. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And just leave the room, like very, like just if there's a door behind you, go and don't slam it behind you. Like be very cool about it. Just close it. Okay. So from one shit post to another, let's get triggered. This is called Balkan People Internet. Let's explore. Let me teach you more about the Balkanoids. But no, actually, let's stay on the topic first, and then we'll go into that shit.
Well, we're going
breakthrough news. Biden is only frustrated with Netanyahu because Israel is losing.
Turn to the other.
The warrior poet Lil Wayne once said, "I don't do no arguing. I let my gun talk." Yes, but I am on Twitch, so yeah.
Major conflict that is in the world news on a regular basis, and that, of course, the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And we are very, very happy to be joined once again for this by a good friend of the show, or I hope she considers herself a good friend of the show. We do. Leanne Sima-Fulahan, who's the education director at the People's Forum and an editor at 1804books.com. Leanne, welcome back to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, and I certainly do consider myself, I hope, to be a good friend of the show.
That's good. I was a little worried. I didn't want to speak for you. I didn't want to speak for you.
We didn't know how that was going to go down.
It's okay. Not everyone has to like us. Leanne, recently you wrote an article.
I love his fucking shirt. I want his fucking shirt. What brand is that? Good. Columbia. I want that shirt. I'm going to go buy that shirt. I want to look more like a wholesome dad.
For People's Dispatched, essentially sort of speaking about who is winning and who's losing, that the perception here that Israel is winning is...
He just needs a butterfly, Ufigi. I disagree. I don't like butterflies. I don't think they look like good on anybody. I don't think like butterflies look good on anybody. On absolutely anybody.
Perhaps not the right framework for how people should look at what's going on, despite the carnage that's happening in Gaza. Talk a little bit about that, if you could, because I think obviously the perception in the Western media is that this is a complete, Israel's winning essentially.
Well, if we measure winning and losing based on who can cause the most death and destruction, then of course Israel takes the prize on that. They have managed to massacre and destroy in almost unimaginable dimensions. But if we think about the actual
I'm smoking a joint in the bath while watching Yugopnik. Oh God, that is a fucking vibe, okay? I'm going to attempt to not ruin your high, dude.
Military objectives of Israel before they began this genocidal assault. They haven't achieved a single one of those things. They have stated from the beginning that their goal is to eliminate Hamas, that it is to crush the Palestinian resistance, and to no longer have what they call October 7 be a possibility. Basically, in another way of thinking about that is that to basically
instead, they've created the possibility for October 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, November 1st.
Cancel the possibility for the Palestinian resistance to launch counterattacks against the Zionist occupation. So they have not managed to do any of this. And if we actually look at what's happening on the ground, Israel has re-intensified its assault on the occupied Gaza territory, not just in Rafah, but around in cities in the north. They have gone back to Jabalia refugee camp. They have gone back to Zaytun neighborhood. They have gone back to many of the places where they were defeated in the past, and they are suffering, again, more defeats on the ground. They have not managed to neutralize the military capacity of Hamas and the other resistance factions. We have to remember that there are many other resistance forces that are in coordination right now defending the Gaza. And they have also not managed to destroy the capacity.
What's up with the, I don't know if, like, completely unrelated to what the lady's saying, but that's a Skoda, that's a Skoda, that's a Skoda. I think, yeah, the cab is a Skoda. Like completely irrelevant. It's just a lot of white Skodas.
For Palestinian society to self-organize. They have still managed to...
That's a Skoda. I'm not sure if this is a Skoda.
Organize emergency committees. Although the desperation is very severe, the famine is extremely severe, and now even more severe because Israel has again occupied and closed the crossing at Rafah. The Palestinian emergency committees.
Skoda! At least there ain't great name. Should I call it a Skoda? A Skoda. In my country, we call it a Skoda. Okay, it's a Skoda. I'm not going to call it a Skoda. Oh my God, Skoda. It's a Skoda. Okay?
Have still been able to intervene and make sure that aid is being distributed in a way that is going
BMW, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche. Okay?
To allow everyone to survive. And in fact, Israel is so threatened by this that they've started to assassinate the organizers of the emergency committees. So we can see what Israel is trying to do is to completely eliminate the possibility for Palestinian people to self-organize, to survive, and also to resist, and they have achieved none of those things. At the same time, they are in a situation now where the entire world is witnessing their military defeat. Even internally.
Aimless Satom. I remember seeing you had a video about, in the highlight thing, about the alt-right rise in Germany. I was going to watch it later with my wife, but when I went to find it, it wasn't there. Am I tripping, or did you actually have a video like this? Yes, we did, together with my lovely mods, and we were covering a Deutsche Welle report on it, like literally under all the definitions of fair use, and Deutsche Welle told us to fuck ourselves, and they blocked the video. They didn't just demonetize it, they blocked the video, okay? I can make many cliche points about censorship here, but yeah.
Military spokespeople, government officials inside Israel are saying things like,
even though, like obviously I'm not going to spend money hiring a lawyer to fight a video that's going to get 15,000 views, okay? But that what they did is illegal. That was fair use from any perspective, okay?
The possibility for victory is gone. And in fact, the only thing that will be remembered from this moment is the defeat on October 7th. So Israel is really backed into a corner. They were unable to achieve victory through military means. They were unable to achieve victory through political means. They could not negotiate an Israeli victory in the negotiations process. They did not have enough leverage. They basically rejected the latest version of the ceasefire proposal that Hamas agreed to because it would not result in a negotiated victory for them. It was going to require some compromises from them. And so instead of admitting to the fact that they are facing very concrete conditions of defeat, they've decided to continue killing, to continue the genocide in the hopes that this will, their military might will distract the world from their defeat. But they're facing an internal crisis right now that is probably at its highest level since the beginning of this genocidal war on Palestine.
Thank you very much, Ronka, for the 100 bits. Funnily enough, I had to leave the stream because of capitalism again, but now I'm here. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you.
And it's uncertain how long they're going to be able to survive this.
Well, I am curious, Leanne.
Ireland officially recognized Palestine as a state today and upgraded the embassy to a full sovereign one. Fuck yeah, wait. Ireland, Palestine, State of Palestine, anything that's shorter.
Do you want to walk us through the dynamic here off of this coordinated move between Ireland, Norway, and Spain, and Israel's reaction to it?
Yeah, absolutely. So big news out of the region, and specifically in regards to several of these European countries moving towards recognizing a Palestinian state. It should be said that Ireland, Norway, and Spain.
But Israel is winning, guys. Remember, Israel is winning. Just believe Israel is winning, guys. They're winning.
Have said that they're moving towards it, but the final announcement.
Thank you very much to the legendary Joe One. Up the RA, baby. That's why we're rocking this look. Thank you very much for the resub. And thank you, Kiki Maria Henry, for the resub for the 4th month. Thank you both, beautiful child soldiers, for the support.
Formal announcement is not going to take place until May the 28th. The Norwegian Prime Minister is saying that there can be no peace in the Middle East unless there is a recognition of the Palestinian state. And many people are saying that this is quite symbolic. You will recall that back in the early 90s, it was in Norway. It was the Oslo Peace Accords that was the first time that you got the Palestinians represented by...
And thank you very much, Gay Lennon, for the 5 gift subs, supporting the channel as always. For the 16 gift sub, thank you, Gay Lennon, everybody who has gotten any anything from Lennon who is gay in life, but also from Gay Lennon 1917 here in the form of a sub. Say thank you to Gay Lennon. Thank you very much. And especially thank you very much for allowing me to say Gay Lennon many times here. Gay Lennon, Gay Lennon, Gay Lennon. And we're close to a hype train even, especially now with an ad starting in exactly 1 minute. I've snoozed all the ads as I always do before they actually start, but it's going to play in 1 minute if you would like to support the show just like Gay Lennon did. And now JCon B also did. Do consider becoming a sub for $5 a month for free through Prime and have an adless experience while allowing us to reach our goals. Thank you very much to both of you again.
The PLO on one side, Israel on the other, actually engage in discussion.
And I'll say it again, Gay Lennon.
And talk about a potential.
Could Lennon be more based? Maybe if he was gay. And thank you, Jocula, the OG, 49 gift subs for the new gift sub. Thank you very much.
Potential pathway.
Oh, we're in the hype train. Fuck yeah. Let's try and hit that level 5. Let's try and hit that good level 5. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. Business, hype train. Let's go. Fuck yeah. And thank you, Yanagibashi. Fucking legend. Yanagibashi is the OG and slowly becoming the top fucking gifter. Yanagibashi is always here even when it's offline chat time. Thank you very much, Yanagibashi. And thank you very much. Oh my God. Thank you guys. You are very nice today. You are very, very kind today. Thank you, MXG, with the 64th gift sub. We love our gifters. MXG, a fucking OG as well. Everybody who just got a fucking sub, say thank you to these beautiful, beautiful human beings. And also kind thanks from me. Very much. Da.
Towards peace. None of those accords were implemented, of course. But
okay, now you're spoiling me. Thank you very much. Shawshank Redemption, the OG 15th gift sub for another 5 gift subs. And we've reached the level motherfucking 5 hype train. Thank you. Fucking legends. It's always when I stream earlier, these goddamn Europeans, Australians, Asians, and Africans. You guys spoil me. And thank you very much. Ora for the gifted sub. The 3rd gifted sub. Thank you. Mwah. So much gifted subs that actually Twitch themselves just snoozed the ad themselves. You guys are awesome. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do.
Still significant today that the Norwegian Prime Minister has said that they're moving towards recognizing.
And yes, the best, arguably after Gay Lennon, after Gay Lennon and abortions are based, I think. Ora is amazing because again allows me to say ora. And it's not just ora. It's ora 69420. Like might be one of the best names I've ever seen. Like period on the internet.
The Palestinian state as a sovereign state. But the reaction from Israel was pretty swift.
MXG being triggered. I'm an American, brother. Okay. You're an honorary Eastern European now, okay?
They did not like what was announced this morning. They have recalled their ambassadors to both Ireland and Norway, threatening to recall Spain's ambassador. The Israeli foreign minister saying that Ireland and Norway are sending a message to the whole world that terrorism pays.
Ironically, yes, Israel is right. Terrorism pays. The terrorism inflicted upon the Palestinian people by your apartheid regime is what is pushing more and more states that aren't fucking unhinged into understanding the Palestinian struggle more fully. So yes, terrorism pays, I guess, but it's the Israeli terrorism we're talking about here. Thank you very much, Romka, the fucking legend, for the gifted sub as well. Romka is a big G. 25th gifted sub. Thank you kindly. And thank you, oh my God, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Sofronia Zero, for the 5 gifted subs. Fucking legend, first 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Sofronia. This is how we fucking do it, baby. This is how we fucking do it. Hell, you've even deserved it, okay? Fuck it. We haven't reached a milestone, but you've deserved it. What have you deserved? You've deserved me screaming into the camera while listening to me singing in Chinese while I show you pictures of cats, okay? We have not forgotten our age-old tradition, and we shall continue it. Cats up in this motherfucker! Oh, an anonymous gift sub from Xi Jinping himself. Here, the great communist cat book returns one more time. What kind of cat shall we be looking at today? Today, we shall be looking at a cat grabbing the bag, okay? The fact that you exist, what does this picture tell us? The fact that you exist in capitalism and hate it doesn't mean you shouldn't grab the bag. Feed yourself, feed your family, buy that fucking flashy thing, enjoy life if that is what you are into, okay? This is evil advertising using the working class cat to convince you into overindulgence for no fucking reason, leading you to your own bankruptcy. Okay, beautiful cat. This is actually a very nice cat. Here we have just a big face of a cat, okay? This is a big face of cat. And finally we have a proletarian cat ready to attack. Ready to attack the enemies of the proletarian movement, my brothers and sisters. That is a brilliant picture, by the way. I salute to all the gifters and all the subs. I fucking love you. Thank you very much, Level 7 Hype Train. Thank you. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'm not fucking around. Seriously, you guys are very, very kind. I really appreciate this. Unironically, thank you. Okay, back to what we're talking about. There you go. I fed you cats. Hope you're happy.
Would impede its efforts to bring some of the hostages back.
And I'll leave this cat like...
Joanna, they are not the first. 140 countries, around 140 countries around the world already recognise Palestine. Some of them are in Europe. This is obviously a significant step with some larger countries making this move. Are we expecting other countries in Europe? Is there any indication that other countries in Europe will follow suit?
Guy, that is a very good question. 143 out of 193 member states of the UN per the latest numbers, and I think there
you go. Now you have a temporary jumping cat right in the back. Thank you, Ramka, for the 100 bits. Not a single lumpen cat in the history of cats on Yugo's channel. Never. No lumpen cats. Cats do not have the ability to be lumpen because to be a working class cat is just being a cat. They're de facto working class, okay?
Nation from other smaller countries in Europe. I know the likes of...
Do you like cornbread, Hugo? Yeah, I like cornbread.
Malta, Slovenia are some of the countries who've also suggested that they too may be moving towards recognizing a Palestinian state formally. But of course, the backdrop to all of this is very thorny. There is still a war going on in Gaza, plenty of discussions about the potential assault and further ground attack into Rafah. And you've got to wonder whether...
Didn't Hitler have a cat? Well, we don't know, but we definitely know he had a dog, okay? The first and only Nazi dog, best friend of Hitler's.
This is the right timing to be recognizing Palestine as a state in the context of a war that's still raging and the fact that hostages are still held within the Gaza Strip. So it is a very sensitive topic, as you'd imagine, for Israel. And also, I just want to point out,
it's a sensitive topic, is it?
Not one of the countries that has recognized.
Is it? Who will think of Israel being triggered by the Palestinian state being recognized? Who will think of the Israelis? We must think of their emotions and how they're triggered. Just like how we're supposed to think of the emotions of Zionists on campus being triggered by fucking students protesting against mass murder. You know, always think about the comfort of the already comfortable. Remember, always. Like fucking Parenti should have gone harder. Remember that quote when he's like, immediately after the revolution, the liberals will cry about the human rights of the fascists that are expelled from the state. And he used Cuba as an example, yeah? I would take that to a more radical fucking conclusion. The liberals will like even cry about nobody being able to go to brunch. The liberals will cry about people being uncomfortable, okay? What about people having bombs dropped on their head? I only care about my own comfort, okay?
the Palestinian state as a sovereign state. So something to watch out for will be the U.S. response later.
Yeah.
Or seen so many news reports about the Biden administration being so upset because the Israelis just won't listen to him. He's so frustrated. In fact, Leanne,
Thank you all for the hype train.
Biden is so frustrated. He has just signed off on another $1 billion in military aid to the Israelis. And of course, I'm being sarcastic here for anyone who thinks I'm being serious. I'm not. But my question for you is, when we talk about what Israel's doing in Gaza, you know, I think it's also important to center the way this is also a U.S. genocide. Because it's, you know, Biden can sit here and say he's frustrated, but Israel couldn't do it without the U.S. So can you talk a bit about the U.S. role in helping Israel perpetuate?
Not to repeat myself as I repeat myself always, but I want to pummel it into your heads. We need to change the definition of what it means to directly participate in a war. And it should include delivering arms, weapons, intelligence, logistics, etc., to either side of a particular conflict. If you are doing that, you are participating in the conflict. Though changing this rule would basically mean that the U.S., who has already been in, 20 conflicts in the last 30 years, it would ramp it up to like 100 conflicts in the last 30 years. So, yeah.
Mass slaughter and starvation.
Proxy wars are wars. Exactly. Good Lenin. Oh my God. We have good Lenin. We have gay Lenin. We have so many Lenins here.
Of Palestinians in Gaza.
Definitely. Well, first, I want to qualify what we mean by frustrated, because I think there's been somewhat of a misleading narrative in the media. Because Biden went out after the news of Biden pausing one of the many weapons transfers that the U.S. has managed for Israel. The news of that pause came actually from the Israelis. It was never meant to be public. The White House wasn't interested in announcing that they were pausing these shipments. And then only after it circulated in the media for a couple of days did Biden finally go into the public arena and say, I paused the shipment because I'm concerned that it's going to be used in Rafah, and we haven't yet seen a plan for the safe evacuation of civilians from Rafah. The refrain that we've been hearing from the State Department for quite some time, that they haven't seen a plan to accommodate the...
That was pure PR. And now we know that was absolutely pure PR. Thank you, Ramka, for the 100 bits. Indian lion theory. Can gay Lenin evolve into gay feminine supporter of Palestine Lenin? Let's treat Lenins like Pokemon. You can never have too many Lenins. That's what I say.
The civilian population in Rafah before the invasion moves forward. Now, the weapons transfer that he paused.
So, this is a great conversation that they're having here, and it's an important one for one particular reason. And we tend to, how do I put this? Because of our solidarity with the Palestinian people, we sometimes make the mistake, and I believe it comes from a very good place. So I'm not necessarily criticizing it. I'm just bringing it up to the light. We tend to completely and 100% turn them into victims, and not people who also have a very successful and very proud tradition of struggle against the colonizer. Yes, they are victims, but they also, again, have a arguably longer, still standing operation of resistance of any people on the planet, still standing, right? So it's important to denote their military victories. It's important to denote that they are still resisting. It's important to not view the Palestinians as simply a people that has sat down, raised their hands, and are just waiting for the bombs to fall on them. For the resources that they have, more should be said that they absolutely do not have, for the position that they find themselves in, for the number of decades that this has been happening to them, almost a century at this point, they have been incredibly brave and incredibly powerful. And they are not only victims. That is the first thing I really want to put across, right? Because we tend to have, the white bias objectively. Let's not fucking lie to each other, especially in the Western Hemisphere. And number two, which goes in the opposite direction. Sure, we should, just as people pushing a certain rhetoric, we should be pushing that Israel is losing and they're cucks and they're stupid, etc., because they are, right? But Israel's goal is ethnic cleansing and genocide, and then colonization of Gaza. That is the unstated goal of the war. And that is going very well. So From one side, we shouldn't be calling, Palestinians exclusively victims and people who are not resisting. On the other side, the goal of the Gaza offensive is mass murder, ethnic cleansing, and colonization. And it's not going badly because have you seen Gaza? So, yeah, you get my point. But we're only saying this here in the context of us sitting in the same room, right? Because we're all on the same side. Don't say shit like this to the libs. I mean, tell them that Israel wants to colonize and genocide Palestinian people, obviously. But don't say, oh, Israel is doing really well. Israel is doing really well. Don't fucking say that to people. Because people are unhinged that they like winners even when they're doing bad things. So pushing that Israel is losing also militarily is very important, just for rhetoric. But again, their original goal is ethnic cleansing. And they're doing this is a disgusting sentence to even say, but they're doing a banger job at that.
That caused so much drama in the mainstream media and among the ruling class. Very small shipment compared to what they've already done. I think.
Ramka, thank you for 100 bits. Israel is not doing well. Only Jisrael is doing well in this bitch. Exactly.
It's something.
Israel will always come up on top.
Like the report that I saw today was that it's something like less than 1% of the actual military aid that they've given in this past period. And again, it was not supposed to be public. It was a quiet thing. It was the Israelis who leaked this to the media. And it seems like Biden actually paused this, not because he actually wanted to make...
Hakeem, but South African, since you mentioned the view of Palestinians as exclusively victims, does that view then result in people thinking militancy is wrong? Very often. That's a great point, Hakeem. So... For ironically, attempting to get apolitical people or liberals, etc., on the side of Palestine, ironically, has to be veiled in a little bit of Orientalism. That is obviously not a fucking good thing. But because they're de facto, fucking racist, right? Only seeing Palestinians as victims is what allows them to support them. Any sign of militancy on the side of the Palestinian people, because of what we talked about previously, because in the liberal brain, violence is exclusively bad and exists in a vacuum, there is no context under which it is correct, etc., all that bullshit. The second you present the Palestinian people to them as a proud people that chooses to physically resist their occupiers, they are no longer palatable to the liberal idea of good guy versus bad guy. And that is why, again, many different funnels need to be used in order to pitch to as wider of a populace, especially in the imperial core, so that they go out on the streets and they oppose this particular conflict. So yeah, phrasing basically.
Any restraint
on great point, Hakeem, South Africa, absolutely.
Israel's military capacity, but because he is frustrated with Netanyahu, not because Netanyahu is killing Palestinians, but because Netanyahu is losing. The U.S. is extremely frustrated with the Israelis because the U.S. feels...
Fucking legendary Yanagibashi, thank you very much for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you. 96 gifted sub, fucking Yanagibashi is wild. 3 months, actually. 3 month gift sub, yeah. It's like three subs.
Like their strategy at this point is the wrong strategy. The conditions, like I said before, the conditions are of defeat. They're not going to come out of this situation victorious. There's really no indication that that's possible in the current path that they're on.
Because the lib wants to mother everything. They want to cuddle and you're my perfect victim. I really want to care for you, even though a perfect victim doesn't exist. So to them, the second they smell some sort of fucking militancy, they immediately leave the fucking room, because the height of liberal political activism is what, Chad? It's voting. Everything beyond voting to them, they're because of the ideological platform on which their beliefs are set on is incompatible with their worldview.
On. And the U.S. has a proposal for a day after plan where they want to transition the governance of the...
Zapatra, why libs had to whitewash MLK and Mandela? Great examples, right? They're whitewashing Malcolm X. My dudes are whitewashing Malcolm X. Okay?
the occupied Gaza territory to whether it be
like it's disgusting, but sometimes it's impressive. Like, what are you? What? Just what? Malcolm X? Really? You gotta talk to me about Malcolm X? What?
some sort of U.S.-backed version of the Palestinian Authority, or
In
like
the same sentences, vote for Biden instead of Trump, and then they drop in a Malcolm X quote. What? 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 You fucking hire some shit, man. Give me those fucking shrooms, dude. I don't know what fucking kind of drugs they give these people nowadays.
the Arab League has been announcing today, a multinational Arab international governance body, something like this.
Thank you for that response, because I've often had to tell libs about South African military like MK and APIA every time they try and weaponize our so-called peaceful struggle against the Palestinian resistance. Bravo. Yeah. And they will whitewash the Palestinian resistance in 30 years. They absolutely will. And very often, just like the Vietnam War, for example, they'll be like, peace was achieved mostly because people in the U.S. protested. And it shows just how great of a nation we have, because the people domestically rose up against the evil Vietnam War, in this case, the evil genocide against Palestinians, and that's why it was stopped. The American has the innate ability to explain away the very problems they caused by saying that they also solved them. Like, I beat the shit out of you, and then I give you, I put some duct tape on your wounds. It upsets me so much because they say it all the time. Absolutely, I've heard it. Dude, Mandela is like their perfect, again, victim, because you guys managed to save yourself from apartheid. Incredibly impressive work, by the way. But no, in their eyes, that didn't happen. In their eyes, you simply suffered so much that the suffering became too much, and then everybody agreed to kill apartheid in South Africa. That's the perspective. That's the Western perspective on the death of apartheid in South Africa. Like, there was so much suffering. At one point, somebody, nobody says who, said, this is too much suffering. Let's stop this thing. You're just victims.
Some way for the United States to be able to replace Hamas, replace the current governance of Gaza with something that they can control better, that they can have more of an impact.
If whitewashing makes it makes it easier for powerful whites to understand the plight of others, maybe it isn't the worst, though. In particular context, yes. That's why I said, we need to have a different pitch for normies, let's use that word, for American normies, and actual class-conscious Americans. The pitch to them on why what is happening in Palestine is bad, unfortunately, needs to be adjusted, okay? Disgusting. Oh my God, you're not sitting next by your principles, etc., etc. Yes, I agree. Fucking disgusting. It absolutely fucking is. But the world is. And we need to fucking adapt, okay?
Influence over, and they can move forward from this current phase of the situation, current phase of the war, which is one in which both Israel and U.S. imperialism are losing, and try to move to another scenario where they can use soft power.
Let me go blow my nose, baby.
They can use other mechanisms that they have perfected over many, many decades of enacting imperialist control over other regions, and see what they can do there. Right now, the U.S. has been, for the past 7 months, it has been 100% hand in hand, Biden and Netanyahu, United States and Israel, enacting this genocide. And we saw it. We saw when the Israelis first went in and bombed their first hospital, or maybe the first time that became a big thing on the media, just hours before.
Yeah, remember when they said that Israel would never bomb a hospital, and then 3 weeks ago they reported that Israel has successfully destroyed every single hospital in Gaza. What a plot twist, my man. Like this is like reality is written by a 12-year-old psychopath that writes really bad scripts, okay? If the state of the world is somehow coded by a guy writing a script of how history goes, it's like cliches after cliches. And it's not like cringe cliches, it's like deranged mass murder cliche. It's like, what would happen if like they blow up all the hospitals? It was like, dude, that's too much, even for insane Israeli apartheid. And then you're like, nope, they blew up all the hospitals and most of the mosques and even churches. Yep, even churches. Fuck that shit. Universities, yep, no more universities in Gaza. You're like, who writes this shit? This can't be real. But no, it's very real.
The U.S. had given the green light based on their
12-year-old me playing Rise of Nations and nuking everyone. Yeah, that's Israel.
I mean, they're sharing intelligence, they're sharing weapons, they're sharing money, and they're sharing media strategy. And throughout the negotiations, the U.S. has also been, and in many different international spaces like the UN, the United States has been 100% playing their cards fully for Israel. The only reason why Biden is frustrated right now with Netanyahu is not because they don't have a difference of opinion on their objectives. Biden wants to destroy Hamas as much as Netanyahu does. There's no difference in objective there. There's a difference in strategy. Biden doesn't want to go down with the ship as Netanyahu continues to lose. He wants to change the strategy to something that they think will be more effective. They've been citing things like the lessons they learned from, they won't say it, but from their defeats that they suffered in Iraq and Afghanistan, for example. They haven't won a war in a long time, and they've moved to this new version of this new strategy where they use military might and then come in with other forms of soft power. And Netanyahu is not allowing the situation to move to that next phase that the U.S. is clearly feeling more comfortable with. It's the same inside the Israeli government. There are many that take the same line as the White House. They want to move towards the day after plan. They don't want to keep fighting on the ground in Gaza right now. They don't want to keep suffering losses among their own ranks. They are suffering many. And it's becoming harder to control the media narrative around the number of Israeli soldiers and personnel that are wounded and killed. They want to move to a different situation. They do not want to be militarily occupying Gaza. This will create a lot more losses on their side. Gallant just came out and had a huge statement where he was 100% against Netanyahu's ongoing military campaign.
Lovely interview. We have an interview that came out only 15 hours ago. Tapper talks to Tapper. The man taps nothing, probably. Tapper talks to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, da mi pušiš, da mi jašeš karajaku. Užasno jebote. After ICC seeks arrest warrant. Okay, let's watch this and fucking communally commit harikiri.
Minister Netanyahu, thank you so much for joining us. A central part of the ICC's charges against you and Gallant is
Odvratan si. Pa Đokula, daj mi bolje za Netanjahu da mi jašeš šta? Mislim, daj mi 12-godišnji odgovor za Netanjahua.
Quote, starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. Now, I know that Israel repeatedly...
I give this to you with no comment. I give this to you with no comment. It's like, it reminds me of, what were the fucking, the imperialists from Elder Ring, but everybody hates, were they the High Elves? Elden Ring, not Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls Empire. What were they called? The Altmer Empire. Altmer Dominion. Was it the Dominion? Yeah, it was the Dominion. Altmer Dominion. Basically, yeah. This guy. There you go. That's Netanyahu. There you go. Netanyahu. Because of the ears, I'm going with. Okay. The Zionist Dominion.
Repeatedly claims that enough aid is getting in and there is not purposeful starvation.
The Thalmor, yeah, the Thalmor. That's the name of the ethnicity, I guess. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That enough aid is getting in and there is not purposeful starvation, and those claiming otherwise are misinformed, are lying. Is Israel going to send a delegation to The Hague to present any evidence to defend itself?
Let's see the answer.
I think these charges are exactly as President Biden called them. They're outrageous.
they're beyond outrageous. This is a rogue prosecutor that is...
Okay, go to the court then. Go to the court, prove that they are outrageous. Isn't that the whole fucking point of legislature? Oh, but maybe the whole point is you should not be asked. Once a court calls you to court, you are supposed to be forced to go to that court and answer for all the allegations brought before you. But why does this not happen? Especially in international law and especially with allies of the United States. Well, I have a little tweet. I'm not even doing my own job for me in advance, okay? I've said this hundreds of times. I'll say it again. International law is Santa Claus for adults. Laws mean nothing if they cannot be executed. To execute them, you must be able to exert power over the accused. When you have a world with one untouchable global superpower, who's supposed to hold them or their allies to account? Fucking aliens. Question mark. Multipolarity is good, actually. If there is a law that is supposed to apply to everyone and yet does not apply to some, that's not a fucking law. And that is not a fucking course. That is not a fucking court. End of conversation.
Has put false charges and created false symmetries that are both dangerous and false. And the first false symmetry is
multipolarity is good, but not in a Dugin way. Of course, yeah. Of course, not in the, what was it? The trans aliens liberasti, blядь.
Weights the democratically elected leaders of Israel with the terrorist tyrants of Hamas. That's like saying that, well, I'm issuing, arrest warrants for FDR and Churchill, but also for Hitler. Or I'm issuing arrest warrants for...
You know why this is stupid? You know why this is stupid? Because the ICC called like Hamas leadership and Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, or the other guy. What the fuck? Yes, the parallel is great there. Just out of Churchill and Hitler, you're not Churchill, my dude.
For George Bush, George W. Bush, but also for bin Laden. That's absurd. Secondly, the charges are...
what? Based? Hello? Hello? Who's calling? From the base department. You would like to hear this? Yeah, there you go.
Completely false. Let's take this charge of...
Stop threatening me with a good time, baby, man. Buy me some fucking coffee first, BB. Buy me some coffee first.
We've put in 500,000 tons of trucks of food and medicine for this population. We've taken 20,000 trucks. We've paved roads to put those trucks in. We've opened border crossings that Hamas closed down. I've had airdrops that are facilitated, sea route supplies. I mean, the whole thing is absurd. You should know this.
Yeah, I give cookies to people that I'm shooting. Aha! Argument one, sir.
I mean, the prices of food in Gaza has dropped by 80%. The markets don't lie. They talk.
How do you know this? Gaza is literally cut off from everyone. How do you know the movement of any sort of fucking market in Gaza? He says this while in parallel the UN confirms that there is mass starvation. But my boy is like, and that's the logic. There's no food except some fucking grain and bread and rice, and grain and bread and rice cost very little, so the prices are low. Aha! The markets don't lie. I'm very smart. I'm also the fucking literal Talmor. Thank you, Ronka, very much. The markets don't lie, bro. Trust me.
About 23, I think, or 30 cases of malnutrition in a population of 2 million. Okay. The United States in 2022 had 20,000 deaths of malnutrition. That's 3 times more than in Gaza. This is complete.
But there's sir, there's a difference in there's a difference in population. like percentages. You heard about that? Yeah.
Completely false. It's the kind of slander that has been leveled at the Jewish people for ages, and it's renewed now against the Jewish state. It was false then, it's false now. But one thing, this prosecutor, this rogue prosecutor, didn't even bother to come here. He said he'd come here to check the facts. He didn't check the facts. He just went out and demonized the Jewish state, and he's taking the ICC down the route of the General Assembly that passes infinite resolutions, flat earth resolutions against Israel, or the Human Rights Council that used to have a reputation that is completely blown because half their resolutions are against Israel, not against Iran, not against North Korea, not against Syria. It's the same thing. It's outrageous. And false. And dangerous because it endangers every...
Who is Iran genociding right now? Who is North Korea genociding right now? Who is Syria genociding right now? This court makes absolutely no sense because they are not charging Germany right now with the genocide they did 70 years ago. Who... Bibi, fucking find better PR dudes. God damn it, man. You're doing my job for me, dude. This is supposed to be difficult. God damn.
Democracy.
We should note, though, it's not just the ICC expressing concerns about the lack of humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. President Biden and his administration and their officials, not to mention European allies of Israel and their officials, they've all been making this case for months that Israel is not letting enough aid in. So when President Biden expresses concern about you not letting enough aid in, is he wrong?
Well, no, we had the same concerns. We were trying to get the aid in. We got the aid in, and Hamas was looting the aid. That's what was happening. They were taking it for themselves or extorting the population. We were letting the aid in from the start. And look,
Dude, so we sent some food, and they ate the food, and the process of eating food causes the disappearance of food. Therefore, eating food is Hamas.
This was my directive from day one. The day one thing was we have to provide, we comport with international law. We comport with the rules of war. We have to get those trucks in. We're getting hundreds of trucks every day in. And that's been an aspect of our...
Source, please, sir. What the fuck are you on?
Conduct of war, because we try to get civilians out of harm's way. We've done things that no country, no army has done in history. It's not me saying that. It's General Petraeus saying that. The head of the urban warfare at West Point, Colonel John Spencer.
Oh yeah, let's listen to a fucking general and not the International Criminal Court about what is happening. Let's listen to a guy whose whole profession is fucking blowing people up, instead of a court designed to stop nations from blowing people up.
Says it. Israel's gone out of its way both...
Trasten Sie mich, we are not doing this to the local populations as we expand eastwards into Belarus. You might be critiquing us for burning their villages and putting them on spikes, but I have a very credible report. Here, plays the report. Good day, I am SS General Heinz Himmrich, and I say that the troops of the Great German Reich are not committing any genocide on the local population. Yes, yeah.
Humanitarian aid and getting civilians out of harm's way with millions of text messages, millions of phone calls, and leaflets that we've been dropping, giving up the element of surprise. Israel is given here a bum rap. It's, I think it's dangerous because basically it's the first democracy that is being taken to the dock when it is doing exactly what democracy should be doing. And then
he's indirectly saying is the first pro-Western state that they're charging with anything.
Exemplary way. I think it will endanger all other democracies.
You're an apartheid state, my dude. Get off your fucking dick and write something else for a little bit.
Democracies. Israel may be first. You're next. Britain is next. Others are next too. The second thing that is dangerous about this, Jake, is I think this...
Thank you to the legendary Cabbage Spilla for the gifted sub, 12th gifted sub. Thank you very much, Cabbage Spilla.
Fans...
Building more child soldiers every day. Not for the Israeli state, only for the Jizraeli state.
Fires of anti-Semitism that are raging on American campuses and throughout Western capitals. They're pouring gas. He just poured gasoline on it, this rogue prosecutor, Khan. Because
Oh yeah, the students are pouring gasoline on it, not the gasoline you're pouring on top of Palestinian buildings and then catching them on fire. This is too easy, chat. I feel like this is too easy. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. Goebbels is trying very hard to get the aid into Leningrad. We have sent 500 tons of food. Trust me, bro, trust me. On point, Romka, as always. On fucking point.
You know, people initially will think this is serious. They think the ICC, this is a serious thing. It's not. Well, it's a travesty of justice, and it's a pack of lies.
Let me ask you, because what Hamas did on October 7th, just to make this clear, what Hamas did is abhorrent, as is the refusal to return the hostages. Oh, abhorrent.
Okay, you did your thing. Okay, you said the words. Bravo. Good job, CNN. You said the words. Okay.
Whether or not it was Israel's intent, tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians, including countless children, have been killed and maimed by the IDF in your war against Hamas. Is there anything you and the IDF could have done any differently to avoid all the loss of innocent lives in Gaza?
Human shields. War is dirty. We are the most moral army. I don't know. I need to take out the, board with check marks. What do you call it? Like the bingo card.
First of all, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. Every child lost, or every woman lost, or every innocent person lost is a tragedy. But for Hamas, it's a strategy. So while we go out of our way to get them out of harm's way, Hamas goes out of its way to keep them in harm's way.
Human shields, bingo card 1.
Shooting at them if they try to leave the battle zones, but many have left. Thankfully, I can say that. Now, the ratio, because of our actions, the ratio of civilians to combatants killed is the lowest in the history of urban warfare.
Most moral army, bingo card 2.
Certainly dense urban warfare like this.
Bingo card 2 out of 3, baby. What was the third? What did I say? What was the fucking third? What was the third? What was the third? What did I say? I'm stupid.
It's about 1-to-1. There are about 14,000 casualties. 14 to 15,000 terrorists killed, and
war is messy. Yeah, that was the third. Yeah,
and an equal amount of civilians that were unfortunately killed because that's what happens. But in other arenas, in Fallujah, with a handful of terrorists, 3,000, 4,000 compared to
Kit Litzo,
35,000 in Gaza, the ratio was much bigger than that. The same thing in Mosul. So we've gone out of our way to stop it. And let me tell you, I think that the numbers are also inflated. You know, the UN. The UN organizations that are dominated by Hamas in Gaza.
I should have said UN is Hamas. I forgot that one. I forgot the UN is Hamas. That would have been an easy bingo win.
Is giving false information, as is Hamas itself. And
Romka, the SS has found out that Stalin is using civilians as human shields, and he puts up the Zagradotriadi to shoot in the backs of their own people. Trust me, bro. Yes, Stalin is shooting them in the back and forcing them into charging at our great patriotic German troops. That is why we are forced to shoot at the Soviets.
People believe these numbers. The other day they came.
The parallels are fucking perfect.
And said, well, it's about 35,000 who are killed, but 10,000 of those we said are women and children. Now we can't say that. We don't know who they are.
Whatever the numbers are, it's too many.
In the meantime, the lies.
This is like classic genocide denial policy. You talk about, even though what he said didn't happen, but let's imagine it happened. You talk about niche aspects of it in order to disqualify the entirety of the report. Yeah. Yesterday we talked about it when the Srebrenica genocide was happening. They would say, "Oh, but we only targeted military-aged men because these are actual military guys that are pretending to be civilians, etc., etc." So by obfuscating, by moving the goalpost of what of the level of fucked up shit that we did, we are questioning the report itself on any fucked up shit having gone on in the first place. Genocide denial. The rooms were too small for them to kill so many people in the gas chambers, etc., etc. Like
circles Well, look, yes, one is too many, but the reason they're there.
One is too many. Okay, wars are dirty. Wars are dirty. There you go. Bingo card, 3 out of 3. Živela Yugoslavia, brat.
The reason we have civilian casualties at all is because Hamas is preventing them from leaving. I'm happy to say that in the Rafah operation that we've conducted, 1 million people actually left. People said, well, there are 1 million people, 1.2 million in Gaza. Where are they going to go? They're going to be trapped. Well, 1,950,000 have already left, and there are very few civilian casualties because we're doing everything to get them
Thank you very much, Kipawa, for the resub for 4 months. Fucking legend. Thank you.
out. This is our policy. It's humanitarian. It's responsible. We comport with the laws of war, and we're the ones taken to the dock. And it doesn't give any solace that they're also taking these killers of Hamas, these murderers, and putting them in the dock. As I said, yeah, Hitler's in the dock, but so is FDR, and so is Eisenhower. Absurd.
Yeah, but you're the Hitler. You're the Hitler. You're not Eisenhower. You're the Hitler. You're the Hitler. You're the Hitler. You're the Hitler.
After 7 months of unity.
Demon, my dude. Fucking demon, my dude.
For your wartime government, there seems a lot of disagreement now about your plans for Gaza or lack thereof after a major military operations in Gaza is over. Benny Gantz wants a plan, or he says he's going to leave your government. Your defense minister, Yoav Gallant, says you don't have a plan. He's basically accusing you of trying to lay the groundwork for an occupation, either civilian or military, in Gaza in the future. Are you denying that the plan is for an occupation of Gaza, or are you taking it off the table?
Why even ask him this? I mean, I get it. You're being a journalist on CNN. Okay, I'm not even going to give you shit. But dude, really? Come on.
No,
do I have to... do I have to piss myself in front of you for you to believe me that I need to go to the toilet?
A very clear plan. I think the first thing, the day after Hamas, Jake, is the day after Hamas. We have to get rid of Hamas, otherwise there's no future for Gaza, no future for peace, and it'll be a tremendous victory for not only for Hamas, but for the Iran terror axis that backs it and organizes Hezbollah, the Houthis, and all these other sundry terrorist organizations. So I think we have to defeat Hamas, and we will defeat Hamas. Rafah is the last stronghold of Hamas terrorist battalions. We'll defeat them. That ends the intense part of the fighting.
Then why did you tell everybody to go to Rafah? So on one side, you don't know what you're doing. On the other side, you know exactly what you're doing, and you're the most moral army that has precision striking and intelligence on exactly everything that is happening in Gaza. They're struggling. Like the pitch is fucking wobbly beyond what I would have guessed at this point.
But once Hamas is defeated, what we have to do is have sustained demilitarization of Gaza. And yes, on this, I think the only force that can prevent the resurgence of terrorism for the foreseeable future is Israel. At the same time, I want a civilian administration that is run by Gazans who are neither Hamas nor committed to our destruction.
So you're taking it off the table.
The third thing that we'll need to do is...
Like every occupying force, this is the word, quisling, okay? One who helps the invaders of one's own country. Every occupying force, at least in the beginning, the first half a decade, maybe sometimes even a decade, once they conquer a particular territory, we're talking about post-19th century warfare, right? They set up representatives of the local population that side with the invaders to manage it as a mechanism that will allow them to say, hey, we are not conquerors. Look, they're managing themselves. That is exactly what the fucking plan is. But absolutely nothing will be passed without Israeli pre-approval and without absolutely every piece of legislation, piece of domestic social policy, etc., will not be passed that is not in line with the long-term goals of colonization and territorial expansion of what the Israelis themselves deem as their fucking ancient homeland because book said so.
No, I'm not. I'm putting it on the table. On the contrary. No, that's not true.
I'm saying you're taking off
And it works because, again, liberals only care about aesthetics. So if aesthetically there's a Palestinian that is running Gaza, they're like, okay, the Gazans are self-managing.
An Israeli occupation of Gaza. You're taking off the table an Israeli occupation.
If you mean resettling Gaza, yeah, it was never in the cards, and I said so openly. And
for now, yeah.
My constituents are not happy about it, but that's my position. The third thing that I would do is have a reconstruction of Gaza, if possible, done by the moderate Arab states and the international community. That's what I would do is have a reconstruction of Gaza, if possible, done by the moderate Arab states and the international community. That's demilitarization, civilian administration by local Gazans who are not committed to Israel's destruction, and responsible reconstruction. That, I think, is a realistic plan.
Yeah, Quisling's domestically running things as you use the arguments of the free market to allow Israelis to slowly buy up Palestinian land and expunge them even more intensively through financial means and the quote-unquote internationally acceptable means in the long term. This expropriated to speed 700 billion because the Palestinians are broke as shit and they don't have homes and they can't really rebuild them, so you're just gonna buy up the shit. And you're going to wait half a decade or a decade, and then you're going to slowly start moving your own domestic and loyal population, the most radical elements of it, into Gaza, and that's colonialism under the guise of free market enterprise. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. We have to get rid of the communists, otherwise there will be no future for Germany, and Stalingrad is the stronghold of the very last one. Trust me, bro, we will bring order to Russia and rebuild Ludendorff. I mean Leningrad. Exactly.
And I've said so. Look, if some people are not happy with it, maybe they want to put in the Palestinian Authority that is still teaches its children to, seek the destruction of Israel, pays terrorists. The more Jews they kill, the more they pay. Supports terrorism. That's not my position. I want a different future for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
I also want a different future for Twitch, but Twitch does not allow me to do so, for it will play an ad in 1 minute, introducing a great apartheid between subscribers and non-subscribers. But just how Israel says to all the good Palestinians, come to our side, I tell all you dirty non-subs to come to our side for $5 a month or for free through Prime. I'm kidding, you're not fucking dirty. And you will have an adless experience directly counterbalancing the apartheid state of Twitch. Thank you for your consideration.
I think it'll affect the future of peace in the Middle East, too.
Two more questions for you, sir, because I know your time is limited. 3 people familiar with the ceasefire discussions that fell through earlier this month tell our reporter, Alex Marquardt, that Egyptian intelligence quietly changed the terms that Israel had already agreed to in order to get Hamas on board. Does this raise concerns for you about Egypt being involved moving forward?
Look, I think we have a goal, which is not only to defeat Hamas, but also to release the hostages. My government has been able to secure the release of 124 hostages so far, and we're committed to get the rest.
How many did you kill, my dude?
Hamas, unfortunately, has been hunkering down on a demand that is simple. They say, well, we can release the rest of the hostages, maybe. But in order to do that, you have to get out of Gaza, end the war, and allow us basically to regroup and reconquer Gaza. And they vowed to commit the October 7th massacre, this horror of beheadings and raping of women, beheading women after they rape them, the burning of babies,
and then they cut their legs off and they spin them around 360 no scoping, jumping out of buildings. They get all kill death ratio very high. They get all the kill streaks, man. They're about to, if they continue killing, they're gonna get that 25 KD ratio, which lets you fucking drop the nuke. Yeah.
Slaughter of the innocent, the taking of hostages. We'll do that again and again and again. So that's something I won't agree to. And I hope Egypt understands that we can't agree to something like that. That's not something that we can countenance, and neither can the people of Israel. By the way, the overwhelming majority of Israelis support this policy. And I can tell you that the other day, by the way, yesterday, we had a resolution in the Knesset where 106 out of 120 Knesset members supported a resolution that says you cannot accept the ICC statement. You cannot accept it. We'll reject it. It's a farce, and we have to stand up to it. And I can tell you, I don't remember that Israelis, I don't remember the Knesset agreeing, 106 Knesset members out of 120 agreeing on anything.
But Mr. Prime Minister, you say that the majority of the American people are with you on this plan, but a poll from the Israel Democracy Institute from this month showed a majority of Israelis, 56%, say getting the hostages back home should be a higher priority than military action in Rafah. So don't you just fundamentally disagree with the majority of the Israeli people?
Well, I've seen other numbers, but I take a different thing. I don't say this is more important than that is more important. I say both of them are important. And in fact, the military action that we're taking against Hamas is, in fact, the way to get these hostages, because without military pressure, basically without, squeezing them, Hamas is not going to give up anything. That's the reason they gave up the first half of the hostages, and that's the reason they'll give up the second half. So I see them as complementary and not contradictory goals, and I intend to fulfill both of them.
Before you go, sir, we should note, we appreciate...
Before you go fuck yourself, Isn't Real, a representative of Isn't Real. This wider conversation is about information and manipulation of information and the importance of knowledge.
A couple of weeks ago,
the importance of education, right? And that, I believe, is a great segue that I've just done, because I am a better journalist than anybody on CNN, even though I would never refer to myself as a journalist. Jesus Christ. I'm a far superior being. I stream on Twitch, and I am on a podcast, and I occasionally make very, very good fucking videos. They're so good, man. My videos are so good. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. 10 out of 10 ministers from the Reichstag have agreed to create the Reichsprotektorat to save the Slavic people from Jewish terrorists. Exactly. Dude, the parallels are uncanny. They are, at the point, fucking cliche. So, moving into the next conversation of the day. Enough Israeli brain rot. Solidarity and love to all the Palestinian people and all of those who stand to support them. I fucking love you and respect you beyond what words can express. Anyways, let's talk about how they want us to be dumber and Nazi shit. And the topic is No One Wants to Go to College by the brilliant Alice Capel.
Stumbled upon this video by Sabine Ossenfelder. In it, she explained her frustrations with academia.
When I signed up for studying at the university, I thought being a physicist was my dream job. But here I am on YouTube. How did that happen? I think I owe you an explanation. It made me realize that this institute wasn't about knowledge discovery. It was about money making. But I knew it was bullshit, just as most of the work in that area is currently bullshit, and just as most of academic...
Thank you very much, Oculus, for the subscription. Thank you very much, my beautiful child soldier. I'm not... Yeah, lovely name, but I'm not reading that. But thank you very much. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier, okay?
Research that your taxes pay for is almost certainly bullshit.
I think her rant on academia is valid, and I'm going to be honest with you, this video is going to be a bit more personal, a bit more ranty than usual, but I felt like I need it. Like Sabine, I imagine academic research as the place where people embrace their pathological obsession for niche topics and their desire to get closer to scientific truth. I didn't know anyone working in academia before I did my research master's degree. I was the first one in my family to get a uni degree, so my perception of what
same, yeah.
academic research was
She's just like me, man. She's just like me.
Very naive in a way, just like Sabine. I grew up in the countryside where things are approached in very pragmatic ways, and I'm not saying this as if it was the best way to approach things, but it was interesting to come into academia with that culture and experience. In fact, where I come from, social sciences are seen as not really valuable. We were encouraged by our parents and teachers to go into law, business, medicine, or engineering, so things that are very pragmatic. I too thought for a long time that social sciences weren't as important as real sciences, and that's why I specialized in biology, maths.
My family was very direct with me. They didn't say it's unimportant or like undermine them. They just said, dude, you're gonna be fucking broke. We don't want our kid to be broke. Hence why my second major was business administration.
And physics in high school, and was then encouraged to go into engineering before deciding to choose law and then switching to...
Ah, look at me now, Mom. You actually using my political science degree instead of my business degree. Ha ha.
Anglophone.
Even though I would make like at least 3 times more money doing just pursuing a corporate career, but I would rather have a soul. So
literature and histories, followed by a master's degree in US history, which then led me to create this channel. All of that to say that I came into academia with a specific culture and background, but also with a desire to be challenged. Academia challenged the beliefs I had regarding social sciences. It showed me that in order to have a functioning society, you need engineers and doctors, but also philosophers and sociologists. AI is a good example of this. You need an engineer to improve the technology, but you also need a philosophy to video essay on it to talk about its ethics. My studies also made me realize that solving a philosophical dilemma or writing a thesis is just as technical as solving a math equation. And from then on, it became a passion of mine to share that knowledge with as many people as possible, especially those who don't have access to or are still skeptical of the necessity of social sciences. Now, I quickly understood that I probably wouldn't be able to do that
by any means necessary. Very nice name. My U.S. college degree was expensive, and I make more in my unionized job than my classmates do using our degree, mechanical engineering. The problem is capitalists have seized control over the school systems. Absolutely.
In academia, as master students, we were simultaneous.
Because, we talked about this before. Capitalist society has brainwashed us into defining success exclusively as monetary success. Once that happens, education switches from enlightenment, human enlightenment, into just another tool that will allow us to reach the societally embraced definition of success, which is having more currency, having more capital, having more money. So in a way, not in a way, in a very direct fucking way, why am I circle jerking this? The only way for you to have more students as a university is to introduce more courses that will create more useful subjects for capitalism. That's it. The market quite literally motivates universities to have courses that are more aligned with money making than the exploration of the human experience, of social organizations, of non-financially motivated research, etc., etc. It's always systematic. Oh my God, so fucking mind-blowing. So fucking mind-blowing. We live in a society.
To do a PhD because it would be the culmination of our studies and a great intellectual achievement. But we were also discouraged to do so because it was financially and psychologically costly, and it didn't necessarily lead to any job. Those who could afford to do a PhD were usually the most privileged students. The least privileged often gave up academia after getting their BA, and some still managed to do a master's thanks to scholarships and part-time work, like it was the case for me. My heart told me to pursue a PhD, but I don't think it would have been a good financial decision.
They want us to just be smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork. Absolutely, yeah, pretty much.
So I chose not to, and here I am on YouTube. It frustrated me that the answer to the...
I mean, put as simply as possible, when the only thing we value is money making, eventually that seeps into how we see education, preparing you for money making. And educational institutions have limited fucking budgets, and they also want to survive by getting more students. But when the students at the age of 18, 19, 20 only want to pursue money making, and they are the market of the university will obviously scrap funding to things that are not commercially defined as successful. That's it. The market commodifies everything, including education.
Many problems I had with academia was to start my own channel, so my own business. I'm lucky that it was successful for me, but I know many other people who have tried, who are struggling and may give up or go back to a normal job or choose different studies.
I think for young people, it's kind of getting more and more untenable in terms of just sort of surviving. I mean, financially, I don't know, it's kind of getting horrendous. It's kind of a bit of a joke, really. You know, we're paying so much money as tax. I live alone. I pay $1,200 in rent on my own. I have a full-time job and a part-time job to survive. I've got 2 degrees.
Going back to Sabine's video, so Sabine also left academia, but for different reasons. In her video, she explains how academia increasingly relies on grants to pay PhD students and researchers. According to her, what matters is not innovation, but pleasing your peers with the right language, the right topics that will get you and your colleagues the big grants. Now, it would be tempting to criticize scholars, their increasing individualism and obsession with grants, but doing so would be a bit reductive. All the problems I have to...
Yeah, it would be, again, not to harp it hard, but it would be liberal. It's looking at individual actors and blaming them for behaving in the most rational way in the context of the current norms. And it is liberal, again, because it has no fucking systematic undertones to it. We blame people for behaving a way. We don't ask why are they behaving this particular way. That's the difference. You solve problems by changing why those problems occur. Mind-blowing, right? Should be obvious. It's not to most people. Trust me.
Talked about are inherent to the fact that academia is turning into a big corporation. The ideal is no longer to experiment in search for truth, to share knowledge with
Be ruthless to systems, not people. Exactly, Jay Kahn. Exactly.
as many people as possible. No, the ideal is
Fuck, my chat is smarter than me, motherfuckers. Man, what the fuck am I doing here? I should become a chatter. Hi, ZVIH. Hey, legend.
to bring as much money into the university as possible. And that means taking a lot of money from students, and it also means selling out for big corporations, and it also means paying researchers as little as possible to the point where no one wants to pursue this career anymore. I mean, yeah, academia sucks right now, and all of us, no matter our level of education, no matter our social class, should be very concerned about it. So in this video, we're going to look at the implications of the downfall of academia and what we can do about it. Let's go.
Today I'm going to tell you a story, which is basically the story of why I chose to leave academia.
Your master's feels like you're being hit by a bullet train, whereas your PhD feels...
Yeah, the more intelligent we are, and the masses, the more of a threat we are to capitalism. Most people have misplaced anger. They don't realize government/systems they support is the problem. Yes, absolutely. But there's no like evil cabal that is. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but people tend to think, oh, this is like intentional government policy to just make more corporate drones. You don't need intentional government policy to create more corporate drones. The culture we have right now, which does not exist in a vacuum and is completely defined by the economic system under which we reside, will do that job for you. That's it. You don't need the evil cabal. You don't need business-minded directors of colleges and so on. You don't need a conspiracy for this to be happening. Because the big conspiracy is that our interpretation of what is normal education, what is a normal life, what is a normal identity, etc., are informed by the information input that we get to interact with. And the thing that's the input that's hammered into our head every fucking day because of the system as is the more money you make, the more successful you are. So de facto, I'm going to be more motivated to go study something that's going to make me more money, not improve society somewhat. And therefore, universities will adapt to this change in the demand and supply.
feels like you're being run over by an extremely heavy, long, slow steam engine.
So I have withdrawn from my PhD program.
Men don't go to university anymore. Like really, in several industrialized countries, more and more women go to university, but less and less men do. The influencers and thinkers of the manosphere see this as proof that, women will soon be more powerful than men. This is it, men are now the ones suffering from gender inequality. But we can read that phenomenon in a different way, one that actually makes sense. Men don't go to university anymore because it's really expensive and that money can be made without having a degree.
Plumbers? They make so much money because we don't have enough plumbers.
Why do women stay in college then? Because we're dumb. The manosphere was right. No, we're not dumb. But let me try to explain what's happening here. If we look back on the past decades, we see that women's inclusion in universities and in the workplace has been a long struggle. For a big chunk of history, women were forbidden or discouraged to go to university because their emancipation was not welcome. Some elite women could go to university because families liked the idea of having cultured daughters who would then marry elite men. As feminist ideas spread in society, it became more and
Oh yeah, that movie. I remember that movie. The previous scene.
more acceptable for women to have a life outside the home, so to free themselves from domesticity. In our capitalist societies, that freedom was to be found in the workplace. Being able to work meant being financially independent, which meant being independent from the dad, the husband, the boyfriend, and that's great. Why?
Yes, it is. But you exchanged the dad, the boyfriend, the husband with your boss, and you're just dependent on another group of people. The questioning of dependency in general is what makes feminism so radical and so beautiful. But when it is devoid of the class aspect, you're just changing who you're a cuck to from one category to another.
Is it great? Well, imagine the guy is physically or psychologically
It is called Women Cucks. Great stream.
abusive, or just think that feminism will lead to the collapse of society, a pretty obvious dramatization of the fact that he cannot do the laundry without the help of mummy. Well, feminists encourage women to leave the kitchen, take the pill, and go get those degrees. And it's been pretty effective. Me and my girlfriends from school were pretty sure that we were going to go to college, even though our parents didn't. It felt quite natural to us. That's one of the reasons why, despite student debt, despite the average pay at the end of the studies, women still go to university. Wait a sec, let me nuance that a little bit. In fact, more and more women come to the realization that yes, work guarantee your independence from boyfriend, husband, dad, but it doesn't necessarily make you free. Don't get me wrong,
There you go. Beautifully put, Alice.
a certain class of women has benefited from their better inclusion in the workplace. I'm talking about the girl bosses, but other classes of women don't feel free working under capitalism. When I was researching for my book, I did find some of these frustrated women in the comment section of, wait for it, trad-wife content. Yes, trad-wife content has become a space for women to complain about work and to romanticize a more quiet, peaceful life. I mean, when you think about it, trad-wives have time to cook, to go in nature, to find new hobbies, while you are trapped in an office with at least $50,000 of debt, shitty managers, no time for hobbies, and constant air pollution. What trad content does is that it sells a nostalgic ideal, the joyful life of the 1950s America, or what historian Stephanie Cantz described as the way we never were. Now, women who share their unhappiness living under
Exactly.
capitalism in the comment section of tradwife content won't turn into tradwives overnight. But still, it's revealing of a growing frustration, an understanding that in this economy, getting a degree won't necessarily lead to liberation. So men and women are frustrated, depressed, and it makes sense. Fulfilling our basic needs is becoming more and more difficult, and so yeah, we have to think twice before going to college. As a response to that, you see online a growing industry of get-rich-fast influencers targeting the men who can't afford college but still believe in upward mobility and don't want to live like their parents. Women, on the other side, are still encouraged to get a degree because it's the best way to guarantee their independence, but not their freedom. As a society, having less and less people interested in getting a degree is really problematic. Liberal democracies usually pride themselves for having the most qualified workforce in the world. The more educated a country is, the richer it gets. I don't think it hurts to remind ourselves that when we go get that higher education, a bachelor, master's, or PhD, when we invest money in that, we do it for our career, that's for sure, but we also do it for our country. Our country benefits from having a highly qualified workforce. That's why some countries make sure that education is free or even pay their students to go to school, because they know it's a great investment for the economy. They know it's going to give them a good image on the global scene. It's like a form of soft power. When we take that into account, it becomes really hard to look at what countries like the US, the UK, or France is doing and not think, this is completely absurd. What I mean by that is the complicity of liberal and conservative governments in facilitating the privatization of higher education is deeply concerning and completely at odds with their nationalist interest. These people are so obsessed with capitalism that they are willing to sacrifice the sustainability of a highly qualified workforce. They let capitalism destroy academia and then come up with things like this.
You should go to college if you want to write round for your head with knowledge. If you want to stay in class, don't go to college. But for everything else, you should go to college.
What the fuck, man? That god came out of nowhere, dude. Just like the ad that is playing right now. If you would like to not view it, become a sub. Thank you.
Yes, people should go to college. It's an enriching experience. But they can't afford it because of...
I'll leave you for a second while I go get some coffee.
When people say that capitalism breeds innovation, what they refer to is the profit incentive. The idea is that people innovate because they want to further their career and make a lot of money. Now, this is not wrong, but it's kind of absurd to assume that innovation can only happen with the profit incentive. In fact, I'm going to argue the contrary, that capitalism prevents innovation more than it enables it. In the previous section, we explained that capitalism makes higher education less accessible and therefore less attractive. One of the consequences of that is that the amount of people who can reach a level where they can innovate is limited. Now, obviously, you don't need a college degree in order to innovate. People create new systems, new ideas every day, no matter their level of education, but I'm going to precise that I'm talking about scientific research. Well, scientific research innovation requires a level of expertise that can hardly be achieved without a master's degree, without a PhD. But getting to that level requires a lot of sacrifices and a lot of privilege. Now, let me tell you the story of someone who didn't have those privileges. Picture this: Mohamed Anis, 24-year-old, living in a low-income area in Paris. Parents immigrated from Algeria. I read about him in Sois jeune et tais-toi by journalist Salomé Saki. So Mohamed Anis chose vocational training in energy systems installation before managing to get into a history degree in Paris-Sorbonne and follow his true passion in a prestigious institution. He would spend 2 hours in public transports every day to get to university and also had a part-time job. He still lives with his parents, but his dad struggles to provide for his family. He doesn't earn enough money and his mother has a disability that prevents her from working. He told journalist Salomé Saki that after classes, while others would study or get drinks, I would put on my work uniform to help my parents. He managed to do this for 2 years. He was willing to work super hard in order to follow his true passion, history. But after 2 years, the burnout became too intense. Mohamed Anis had to give up. It was too much and his family needed some extra money. He said, quote, "I grew up in a poor neighborhood. Some people are in a way shittier situation than mine. I'm aware of this. You don't get to choose where you were born, that's it. What bothers me though is when people talk about meritocracy. When I was young, I was lucky to have access to a public library, to have access to those infrastructures. Really, I appreciate that. But let's be serious. People like me can't do what they want in life." Mohamed Anis' story is really sad, but all too common. I mean, think about all the Mohamed Anis who couldn't survive higher education. Think about all the potential talents, innovators that were left behind because of financial, social barriers in our society. Think about how advanced
Coffee time! Coffee time! Coffee time!
our society would be if we gave
What did I
everyone the
miss?
same opportunities to learn, to gain expertise, to innovate. That doesn't mean that everyone has to go to uni and that everyone who's going to uni is going to innovate, but still, I much prefer a system where we give a chance to...
There's a massive storm happening behind me. Like right behind. Jesus Christ, dude. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Oh yeah. Did you see the lightning? What the? Can you hear a little bit? The wait. I don't know if you can hear it's like storming so hard, dude. What is that, Ufigi? You added a rain to me falling? What the fuck is that emote, man? Dude. What the fuck is going on outside, man? There was like 10 lightnings like in a row.
to everyone and see what comes out of it, rather than a system where we put barriers first and then select and give grants to the few who made it till the end of their studies. Right now, the work...
Holy shit, like it's hitting so hard you can hear the rain through the microphone. I apologize if it's annoying, but I can't really do anything about it.
Working class don't even get a chance. This is how unfair the system is. This is class struggle at its finest. You see, you can do everything the elites want you to do. Work hard, make sacrifices like Mohamed Anis did. They want meritocracy, we'll give it to them. But it's still not enough. I deeply feel for Mohamed Anis. I totally understand those who don't even want to play the meritocracy game because we're very likely to end up in the same place in the end. I'm very lucky that my channel is doing well, but now that I'm on the other side, that I get access to the places I didn't get access to in the past, I see a lot of class contempt.
Shut off the rain, you go.
Awareness of how restricted
For only $5 a month, I will shut off the imagine that pitch.
those spaces are. I see that nobody does class solidarity like the rich.
Thunderstorm, gotta unplug everything electronic. Somebody's obviously from the fucking Balkans. No, dude, a lightning hitting me right now would do wonders for my career. Imagine the type of clips we could get. Man, I really have content brain, eh?
And it makes me angry. It really does.
God,
we'll
it's really
often
loud.
talk about the stories of those who made it, those who, like me, achieved upward mobility, and are now welcome in bourgeois spaces, but we rarely talk about how difficult it is to exist in those bourgeois spaces, especially when you feel like you don't belong. It's depressing to see how they instrumentalize you to feel better about themselves.
Do you have surge protectors? I live in a building built in the 1970s by communists, okay? Nothing is hitting me here. I'm safe.
As French writer Edouard Louis said, they see you as a...
But I cannot, understand. You have no idea how much, it rains here, but this is... I wish I could turn around the camera, but I would literally dox where I live. Holy shit, man.
Flower emerging from a pile of shit, and they take you, they show you around, they talk about your story, how retarded working class people are, and how welcoming and progressive they, the bourgeois, are. Anyway, rant is over. One of the greatest inhibitors of innovation is the preservation of intellectual property. Under capitalism, intellectual property in the form of patents is gatekept by corporations to prevent competitors from building up on or developing the technology. So intellectual property becomes an obstacle to progress because it limits the circulation of information. Now, don't get me wrong, I do believe that intellectual property is important, especially in the context of established companies or individuals stealing ideas from smaller creators or underprivileged groups. That happens a lot, and it's unfair. But in a world that increasingly commodifies knowledge, art, creation, intellectual property claims has become the new secret tool to counter obstacles to one's career growth at the expense of progress. You sometimes see that on YouTube when relationships between creators...
At the expense of progress on steroids. Man, it's difficult for me to concentrate with the rain. I'm sorry, Chad. Yeah, fuck. This is very distracting because you don't know what I'm looking at right now. Because I literally, like my building, because again, evil communists did not know how to build blocks. I'm kidding, it's the opposite. My building is in a very beautiful area, completely surrounded basically by trees. And it's like I live in a park. And the trees are doing this. They're literally, like the whole tree is doing this. Right behind the screen, behind the camera, behind you, Chad. And it's fucking freaky.
Creators get tense because they can talk about the same topics, they have similar ideas.
Yeah, but, well, they tend to do that, but not this much, okay? There's some hell of a storm brewing.
And so one might feel like the other one is patronizing, and again, that happens, especially on social media. But I feel like that tension is often the result of a fear of competition, a desire to have a monopoly over a certain topic or idea. The pharmaceutical industry is known for doing that. They slightly change existing drugs that are about to go generic to make sure that they can sort of renew the patent and avoid competition. They invest a ton of money into research and development to ensure that they maintain their monopoly over a specific drug instead of truly innovating.
Yeah, this is the wider argument about the not just the unethical nature of the market, but also the inefficient nature of the market. We tend to say that because of competition, we get better products because the better product is going to be sold more, and therefore the only company that is selling the better product is going to enter the field. If you've been watching me for a second, you know this is not how it works, because at one point you realize I don't have to make a better product, I just need to do better branding, etc., etc. I'm not going down that field. But it's inefficient as well, because you have brilliant minds that could be working together on a particular project and creating something truly miraculous. Instead, that they're segregated in different corporations where they cannot live up to their potential because they don't have brilliant colleagues right next to them, but in the firm over there. That's number one. And number two is obviously intellectual property, which the first guy who gets to a particular idea, the first private enterprise that gets to a particular idea, they can privatize the idea itself, and nobody can work on either upgrading it, making it better, making it more efficient, and most importantly, making it more widely available. And the most extreme example of exactly that is what chat? What we talked about yesterday as well. They privatized seeds. We have privatized seeds. The shit that gives us food. You need to go to a particular corporation every year, if, for example, you're a farmer, and buy those specific seeds again and again and again. Buy a right to grow your corn from this particular thing, like Monsanto and so on, which is absolutely insane. And extra hilarious when you see all those right-wing farmers protesting against eco-friendly policy that their countries are pushing, etc., etc. Well, and yet they never thought about protesting corporations owning what their product comes from, or protesting even the de facto idea that we can call food a product, etc. I'm going on a tangent, but yeah.
That brings
Dude, what the fuck is happening outside, man?
me to my last point. What do we mean by innovation? That's the title of the last part. In 2022, a group of graduating engineers from Paris Agritech, a prestigious university whose motto is, quote, talents for sustainable future, stepped on stage and instead of giving the usual thank you to Paris Agritech for giving us
Monsanto even modifies their seeds to only live a year and give less seeds. Literal crime against humanity, my dude. Literal crime against humanity.
the opportunity to build a better future, blah, blah, blah. They did this. So the graduates of class 2022 are reunited today for the last time after 3 or 4 years at AgroParisTech. Many of us do not want to pretend to be proud and deserving of obtaining a diploma at the end of an education which pushes us to participate in the ongoing...
Man, the CIA sent their fucking weather-changing rockets to fuck with the stream, man.
...going social and ecological destruction.
Can you hear the thunder in the back? Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude.
We don't see ourselves as the talents of a sustainable planet. We don't see ecological and social destruction as issues or challenges to which we must find solutions as engineers. We see that agribusiness is waging a war against the living world and farmers everywhere on Earth. We do not see science and technology...
Wait 1 second, I need to increase my own volume levels for 1 moment. Because I can't hear it because of the rain.
...as neutral and apolitical. We believe that technological innovation or startups will save nothing but capitalism. AgroParisTech educates hundreds of students every year to work for the industry in different ways. Tamper with plants in labs for international companies that increasingly enslave farmers, design...
Careful, you might get Havana syndrome. My man, I get Havana syndrome every other morning.
processed meals and then chemotherapy to treat those who got ill from them, invent good conscience labels to allow the professional managerial class to feel heroic because they eat better than others, develop green energies, allowing the acceleration of digitalization
After the fog gun in Iran, it's not surprising.
of society while polluting and exploiting on the other side of the world, produce reports on CSR, social and environmental responsibility, that are as long and preposterous as the crimes they conceal are scandalous, or count the frogs and butterflies so that those who pour concrete can make them disappear legally. Capitalism breeds innovation. The more I say it, the more it sounds like something created to facilitate denial. Academia sucks because capitalism sucks. Academia has been fully integrated into capitalism. I mean, the number of collaborations between private corporations and universities is consistently increasing. And no, it doesn't allow for more research to be done. It rather limits it by selecting what is going to bring the most money. And sorry to say this, but what brings a lot of money usually go against the interest of the planet, of the people living on the planet and working on it. What are my sources for this? Well, 2 centuries of capitalism, baby. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, the conversation.
Brilliant work, as always, by Alice. Whoever is not a sub, you are taking the L. Go and subscribe to the lovely Alice Capel. Brilliant as always. Let me see if Democracy Now! Has released the most recent news. Yes, let's cover the news, baby. Let's see what the fuck is going around the world, because what is going on in this part of the world is a massive fucking storm murdering me outside. So, before I get electrocuted for no reason, let's get right into the news. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy, and no, she's Amy, but I would love to be Amy. And let us start. Please, mods, adjust the title. I love you very much.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In an historic move, Ireland...
You are Amy. I am Amy. We are all Amy. We all want to be Amy.
Norway and Spain have announced they'll recognize Palestine as an independent state, becoming the first European nations to do so. Norway's Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre.
Shit, I think I fucked up the emote. I'm sorry, chat. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. Democracy sometime in the future, unlikely in my lifetime. Yeah, more like democracy sometimes in the future. Most likely not in my lifetime. Am I right, boys?
In Oslo.
There can be no peace in the Middle East without Palestinians and Israelis having their own states, and that there is a two-state solution. There cannot be a two-state solution without a Palestinian state. And in other words, peace in the Middle East requires a Palestinian state.
Fucking Hamas.
Ireland's new Prime Minister, Simon Harris, referenced Ireland's own history of emerging from colonial rule as he announced recognition of a Palestinian state.
Fucking Hamas.
This is an historic and important day for Ireland and for Palestine. Taking our place on the world stage and being recognised by others as having the right to be there was a matter of the highest importance for the founders of our state.
Israel responded to the announcements by recalling its ambassadors from Ireland, Norway, and Spain.
Oh, they will be so missed. Oh, my God.
There are reports Malta and Slovenia may be the next European nations to recognize Palestine. In Gaza, the official...
And extra balls for Spain, because Spain has a... if you want to call it separatism movement, if you want to call it freedom fighting movement, that's on you, of the local Catalonian people, right? So it's extra taboo for Spain to talk about any states that are not internationally recognized by most places, right? And even they did it. So nobody has an excuse.
Death toll from Israel's war has topped 35,600 as the humanitarian catastrophe intensifies.
And the Basque region, yeah.
The United Nations suspended all food distribution in the southern Gaza city of Rafah due to escalating Israeli attacks and a lack of supplies. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has admitted none of the humanitarian aid brought in from a new U.S.-made pier in Gaza has actually been distributed to Palestinians.
Yeah.
Secretary of State Antony.
Speaking of distribution, Twitch is about to distribute ads to absolutely everybody in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But if you're not ready to rumble with ads and instead would like to rumble with your Gopnik, please do consider becoming a sub and having an adless experience while supporting the great Gooner state of Israel.
Antony Blinken has told
Thank you for your consideration.
senators that the Biden administration is ready to work on efforts to potentially sanction officials at the International Criminal Court after the court's chief prosecutor requested arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Blinken called the ICC decision, quote, profoundly wrong-headed. Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters repeatedly disrupted Blinken Tuesday as he testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
By the way, for Blinken specifically, Blinken World Food Program. No, Blinken, the world will starve. Can't find the video. Right. Keep watching.
Many of the protesters had their hands painted red to symbolize blood.
China.
Oh my God, he feels uncomfortable. Let's feel sad about the white American man, but listen to this. Don't feel fucking sad about this piece of shit.
Of statehood got brought up, we had asked for. And so when the topic of statehood got brought up, we had asked for both a free and independent Palestine, a state.
Blinken warned Arab American leaders, if Palestine becomes a state, there will be global starvation.
And a seat at the UN Security Council
before
table.
You feel sad for him.
And the response was disappointing because it made the comparison to, well, first and foremost, that a vote for a Palestinian statehood from the U.S. would lead to the defunding of the UN from the U.S. being its primary funder.
Which literally says the only reason we are funding the UN is because you do our bidding. If you, the fucking United Nations, whose whole fucking idea was that no one actor can influence the direction the world takes, okay? They're saying we're no longer going to give you any money.
But then
that is how a hegemon acts, not an equal among equals. Okay.
Example brought up was that it would be within the right of the UN to then cut programs like the World Food Program, and so the fact that the comparison was made that the world would have to go hungry just like the Gazans are. And the fact that it's U.S. policy to starve the world, if Palestinians have a free state, regardless of if that's the law or not, is indicative of something severely wrong.
Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so Antony Blinken said, we have to oppose Palestinian statehood or else the World Food Program budget will be cut and people will starve around the world. Like, that's the Secretary of State's assessment that he's making to
fucking comic book evil.
You guys in this meeting?
Comic book evil.
The example was given that if the UN had to cut its funding, it would have to cut programs like the World Food Program. And that was the example shared, followed by the explanation that then the world would have to starve as the Gazans are. And so that is not the comparison you make to make an argument for why Palestinians should not have a free state.
Oi. Fucking hell.
Another protester who disrupted Blinken condemned Israel's killing of 6-year-old Palestinian girl Hind Rajab.
So, oh my God, you know, the human instinct immediately is, we feel sad. But did you hear what the same fucking man said a few hours before this hearing? If you support the Palestinians, the rest of the world will starve the same way they do.
People's Republic of China is pursuing military.
Was 6 years old when Israelis killed her. Hind Rajab was 6 years old. Blinken, you will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza. You will be remembered for murdering innocent Palestinians.
According to the group Code Pink, 4 protesters were arrested during former State Department official Ann Wright, who was injured while Capitol Police ejected her from the hearing. Police violently raided a student encampment at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. At least 4 protesters were arrested, 2 others hospitalized after being pepper sprayed by police. We'll go to Michigan later in the program. Meanwhile, academic workers at the University of California, Santa Cruz began a strike Monday to protest the crackdown on pro-Palestinian student protesters. The strike comes days after the UAW local, which represents 48,000 workers in the UC system, voted to authorize a system-wide strike. In other education news, the faculty at Dartmouth has voted to censure the school's president, Sion Bailak, for calling in the police to shut down a peaceful student protest in solidarity with Palestine. Meanwhile, the Faculty Senate at the University of Massachusetts Amherst has voted no confidence in the school's chancellor, Javier Reyes, after police arrested more than 130 at a student encampment earlier this month. Press freedom groups and the Biden administration criticized Israel Tuesday after Israeli officials seized camera and broadcasting equipment from the Associated Press in an effort to block the news agency from sending a live video feed of Gaza from southern Israel. Israel's communications minister later reversed the decision, and AP has resumed airing the live video. Closing arguments will begin next Tuesday.
Okay, obviously a bad thing and should be condemned, etc., etc. But where was the condemnation when Israelis killed more journalists than in any war ever? Like, what's the baseline that we have here, my dudes?
And Donald Trump's criminal hush money and 2016 election interference trial. The defense rested their case Tuesday after Trump
Hello, my fellow Gooners and Father of Israel. Hello back to you too, Poloko. Welcome back.
Declined to take the stand, even though he repeatedly said he would. Donald Trump's campaign has removed a social media video that included a reference to, quote, the creation of a unified Reich. The campaign's decision came after the former president was widely denounced for adopting a term often associated with the Nazis. President Biden accused Trump of using, quote, Hitler's language.
What the fuck kind of language do you use, Biden, you fucking cock piece of shit? What kind of language do you use when you say that genocide is not happening? When you say that a people deserve a territory only because they have said that they do in some holy book like Mein Kampf or whatever the fuck version that they believe in says that they deserve this fucking territory? What's the difference between Trump being like, haha, what about the American Reich and shit, and you literally supporting mass murder and colonialization? What the fuck's the difference? Suck my fucking uncircumcised dick.
Meanwhile, Trump suggested in an interview on
They're just fighting about like little fucking about tweets and about videos and about posts that have been posted.
Tuesday that he supports restrictions on birth control. He was questioned by
Chatarino just fucking blocked the
journalist at
chat
KDKA
glitched.
in Pittsburgh.
Do you support any restrictions on a person's right to contraception?
Well, we're looking at that, and I'm going to have a policy on that very shortly. And I think it's something that you'll find interesting.
Trump went on to say, quote, some states are going to have different policy than others, unquote. After facing backlash, Trump wrote...
Well, let me fix chat. I don't know what fucking happened to Chatarino right there. Window capture. Chatarino. Okay. There we go. Now it should be working.
Wrote on social media that he would, quote, never advocate imposing...
Sorry about that. I don't know why it stopped.
...restrictions on birth control. Primaries were held Tuesday in Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, and Oregon.
Thank you very much, little legendary Eco Waves, the OG of Nepa babies, the fucking supporter that kills all other supporters. Even though now there's competition. Thank you, Eco Waves. Everybody say thank you to Eco Waves if you just received a wonderful sub from her. Thank you as always, Eco.
In Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who's prosecuting Donald Trump,
and ZVIH for making Hugo Monke react. That's very good.
Won a contested Democratic primary. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee, who is hearing the Trump case in Georgia, also won Tuesday. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led prayers earlier today at a massive funeral ceremony in Tehran for the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, who died in a helicopter crash Sunday that also killed Iran's...
And thank you for another gift sub, Eco Waves, the OG of all OGs. Thank you kindly.
...foreign minister and other officials. Raisi will be buried Thursday in his hometown of Rashad. And news from Sudan, Dr.
Oh my God, the competition is hard up in this motherfucker. We got Monkey! We got Monkey! Thank you, Ruby Babes, for the 10 gift subs. Everybody say thank you very much, Ruby Babes. 26th gift sub from Ruby Babes. We have some competition. We have a civil war amongst the gifters. Who is the king of the gifters? For now, Eco Wave stands strong on top. But there are many, many contesters trying to dethrone her from oiling hard. And Eco Wave strikes right back with a left hook with another gift sub. Thank you very much, Eco Waves. Going monkey for subs is always the shit.
Without Borders reports at least 85 people have died in recent
days. They call it the second Oiler War. Thank you, guys. No, seriously, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
And fighting in the Darfur city of El Fasher. This comes...
Especially, like, recently subs have been going like a bit, and thank you. This means a lot.
As the United Nations is warning a genocide may already be occurring in Sudan.
Wonderful.
And oh my God, Eco Wave shoots again with another gift sub. The enemies were hiding in the forests, but she took out a small sub grenade and threw it right into it. Now the trees are falling and the enemies are scattering. It seems like Eco Waves shall return to her legendary throne after this great second Oiler War.
Why remove?
I love how I'm saying that as there's like tanks on screen. Everybody seriously say thank you very much to Ruby Babes and to Eco Waves for the gift subs.
To the UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide addressed the UN Security Council.
I would like today to raise my alarm in a clear and unequivocal way about the ongoing situation in...
And Ruby Babes comes out of that forest where Eco Waves threw the grenade and takes out 2 massive machine guns of subs, exactly 10 of them, and tries to compete. She goes, but Eco Waves goes, goo, and another contestant actually enters and shoots a big 5 gift sub bazooka from on top of one of the trees. This is unexpected. The Oiler Wars are now turning into the World Oiler Wars. Who will oil more? Thank you very much, MXG and Ruby Babes. And all the rest of you who are not participating in the oil wars, say thank you to the wonderful oilers. No, seriously, fucking hats off, genuinely. Very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Done.
And oh my God, there's new contestants now with Braf Me Too entering and going pa 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 pa. Would one give sub? Thank you very much, Braf.
The situation today bears all the marks of risk of genocide, with strong allegations that this crime has already been committed.
A Greek judge has dismissed a case against 9 Egyptian men accused of smuggling migrants in the pilot's shipwreck that killed some 600 people last June. The decision came just after the men's trial.
This is my chat in the last. Where the fuck's my mouse? Okay, my MacBook is losing its mind. Turkish oil wrestlers. Wrestlers, yeah. This is chat. This is chat. This is Ruby Babes, MXG, and Eco Waves going at each other. First they hug. This is the rest of chat looking at them. What will happen now? What? Why is there a Polish song in the background?
The melody der Liebe mit der Herz, mit der Kopf.
Okay, I'm harping on it too much. Okay, let's continue with the news.
Accused men
Thank you again.
had said they were being scapegoated and are themselves victims. In the southern Mexican state of Chiapas, 14 people have been killed in attacks targeting local candidates ahead of the June 2nd election, according to one tally, at least 134.
But oh my God, I wanted to stop, but MXG wants to be on top. At this point, MXG has pulled 5 howitzers on the hill right above the forest while the Oilers are fighting, and is slowly shooting 1, 2, 3. Explosions are erupting. Oil is exploding from the ground. Oh, Lord.
4 people have been killed in politically motivated attacks in Mexico this year, including 24
Thank you very much, MXG.
political candidates. During a debate on Sunday, presidential frontrunner Claudia Sheinbaum of the Morena Party vowed to continue the policies of Mexican President.
At this point, EcoWaves, knowing that the war is at an end, is only shooting puff, puff, puff as she sits on top of her legendary throne with the last shot, which ends the war. EcoWaves is on top, but there is great competition in the global field of subbing to Yugopnik. Right now, we live in a world of unipolarity where EcoWaves has unbalanced and unchecked power, but others are questioning it, and slowly, as oiled-up monkeys, they leave the forest hunting for her home where the throne sits. We shall never know who will sit on top of it. But there is one group that sits above all other Oilers, and it doesn't even matter how much others give. And that is Xi Jinping himself, who has just given me a sub. And as we all know, in this beautiful, beautiful community, when an anonymous gifter gives us a sub, we say thank you. Oh, thank you. Did you just see that? Electricity just went out and came back for like a second. Did you see the blink? I don't know if you saw it. Thank you, Xi Jinping, for the great sub. Thank you to all the legendary gifters. I fucking love you and I'm extremely grateful. Seriously. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Security Council and against had said they were being scapegoated and are themselves victims. In the southern Mexican state of Chiapas, 14 people have been killed in attacks targeting local candidates ahead of the June 2nd election. According to one tally, at least 134 people have been killed in
Jesus Christ.
Politically motivated attacks in Mexico this year, including 24 political candidates. During a debate on Sunday, presidential frontrunner Claudia Sheinbaum of the Morena Party vowed to continue the policies of Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
We are going to build a future of peace and prosperity. Our country's transformation has already begun, and we will continue it. We have results, and we are going to take them to the whole country.
Sheinbaum's top challenger, Xochitl Gálvez, accused the current government of failing to fight organized crime.
What is the stage, though? The stage is so fucking low.
Security has been a failure in this 6-year term. 186,000 people have been murdered, and 50,000 people have disappeared. What has been the strategy of this government? To hand the country over to organized crime. I propose a new security strategy. No more hugs for the criminals.
If either of the two front runners win, they will become the first female president in Mexico's history. And the cultural historian and author H. Bruce Franklin has died at the age of 90. He was a former Air Force navigator and intelligence officer who became radicalized by the U.S. war in Vietnam. In 1972, Franklin became the first tenured professor to be fired by Stanford University after the school accused him of inciting students to take over a campus computer center which had ties to the U.S. military.
Talk about history fucking repeating itself hard. Rest in peace to this lovely gentleman. Thank you for your service and thank you for all that you've done.
He later taught at Rutgers University in Newark. He was the author of 20 books on topics ranging from the Vietnam War to Herman Melville.
A life well lived. This man is not turning in his grave.
He appeared on Democracy Now! In 2000, where he spoke about Vietnam.
34 to 2024, so 70 plus 20, 90 years. That's a decent age for a life well lived.
American fantasies made it possible for us to participate in that war, to carry out the most systematic destruction of a nation that any nation has ever done in history, and part of the time thinking that we were there for good reasons to defend peace and democracy and so on. That was all based on fantasies.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Democracy Now! is...
What? They cut her. Why did they say, I'm Amy Goodman, and they cut? Thank you, Amy. I am Amy. You are Amy. We are all Amy, and we shall all become Amy. This is not the trans agenda of us becoming women. This is the Amy agenda. I want us all to become Amy. Everybody shall be Amy. No, seriously, if we can get... become as based as Amy, I am all up for it. Okay. Top Basadaro, Amy, top Basadaro. Okay, now as we are in the third hour of the stream, let's take it a bit slower. No more death, destruction, and murder, and let's embrace some internet culture. Starting with the fucking Balkans. This is a year-old video. I can't believe I haven't watched it. It's called Balkan People Internet. I don't know where Ghost Gum is, but I will be your resident Balkanoid, resident non-Americanoid, as we dive into probably an Americanoid's perspective on Balkan Internet and see the curiosities which it holds. Is what is depicted going to be true, or is it going to be disgusting anti-Balkan rhetoric, which we all know everybody espouses all the time while wanting deeply inside to be one of the Balkanoids? Those questions shall be answered on this day. Afterwards, we're going to talk about Chinese memes, because I know nothing about Chinese memes, so we're going to learn something about Chinese memes. So we're starting with Balkan memes, and then we're going to go into Chinese memes. Mods, I love you very much. An adjustment of the title is warranted. Thank you very, very much.
Cope with hardships in many ways. Some people cry, others get angry.
There's many, many classics of Balkan memes, but I believe Deje Pečat is one of the best ones ever. I can't even explain it. This guy is reading something, I think in the city of Niš in southern Serbia. He's reading something, and the guy behind him basically wants to say this is not a real document by poking behind, and you'll see cartoonishly poking behind him and saying, but where is the stamp? Okay, I don't know why this is funny to us, but this is very funny.
Današnji datum 3.12.2012. godine. U potpisu radnici Niša.
A gde je pečat? And where is the stamp? It's like, look at how he you can't see him, right? You can't see him, and then all of a sudden, wait. Look how he looks over. Look at the face. Look at the physiognomy. Look at everything here. This is art to me. I don't know. And then the hand, very gently passes over. A gde je pečat? But where is the stamp? Fucking, Balkans and official stamps. Name a more iconic duo. Shelter Life, baby. Today, exactly, Danger Elite. And today I had the Shelter Life experience. I went with a bunch of documents, so I changed my ID card's address. And the lady was like, these are not the right documents. And I was like, dude, it's on the fucking website. She's like, the website isn't updated, and gave a bunch of shit to the IT department and how they pay the shelter ladies a lot less than the IT guys, and it should be the other way around, which I agree with. Eternal war on the IT class.
Angry, and some just give up. But not if you're from the Balkans. You may think you know the internet, but trust me, you don't know anything about Balkan people internet. One of the funniest and most interesting corners of the web is Balkan people internet. That, in internet years, spans Balkan history, which is so in-depth that you probably couldn't cover it all in one video. But what you should know is that it consists of some of the greatest empires in history: communism and fascism, religious wars, ethnic wars. Some of the greatest empires in history: communism and fascism.
Oh, look! I might have watched it many years ago. Look, I didn't click dislike. But there is a dislike here that's been clicked, probably. Yeah.
Religious wars, ethnic wars, world wars, and most recently, internet wars. If you didn't know, it's this region in Europe, made up of the following nations. And these nations don't...
Man, a lot of them will be triggered by this. Fucking wait for Croatia and Turkey. Wait for Croatia and Turkey's fucking reaction to this. I don't want to even mention the Slovenians, man.
Particularly like each other.
And the Kosovo question mark is hilarious.
Here's a safe rule when wondering which nation is friends with which in the Balkans. If the two countries share a border, they don't like each other. If they don't share a border, there's a 70% chance they don't like each other. One of the defining...
Okay, no, let me teach you something. Okay? Jesus Christ. This is simplistic. Okay. Balkans. Okay. So, let me put on my teachable moment. Okay. So, Serbs and Romanians, no opinion about each other whatsoever. Bulgarians and Romanians think these guys are all Roma and disgusting and dirty. The Romanians, on the other hand, think Bulgarians are proto-Mongoloids and whatever, and are not anything worth the Balkans or shouldn't exist in Europe, so they hate them. The Bulgarians think that Macedonia should be Bulgaria. Macedonia is always triggered by Bulgaria telling them that they're all actually Bulgarians, that they invented their own history. Bulgaria has great imperial perspectives on expansion into Macedonia, and the Macedonians are basically taking a bunch of Bulgarian figures and saying, no, that they're actually Macedonian, etc. I'm trying to be as unbiased here as possible. Serbia and Bulgaria, no real hatred there, but a lot of memes. Serbs constantly meme about Bulgarians just being very cringe, and they have one video where there is a great Christian tradition of swimming in the river, in a very cold river, to get across. And 15 years ago, there was a video from Bulgaria that came out where they're basically swimming in a fountain for the cross, and they're not even swimming, they're running through the fountain to get across. And it was like, haha, Bulgaria is so funny. And also world wars, Serbs are constantly, haha, Bulgarians will betray you, don't trust the Bulgarian. That's the relationship there, okay? Not really negative sentiment, but more like, haha, Bulgarians cringe, right?
Wonderful.
Bulgarians love Serbian music and Serbian meat, but they're like, this territory right here, this is what is supposed to belong to Bulgaria. Fuck you, dirty Serbs. They're like, Bulgarians tend to say, oh, we are kind of uncivilized, but at least we're not like the Serbs, which the Serbs are like the mob people, etc., etc. So self-orientalization on steroids. Thank you very much, Eli Balkanoid, for 3 months. Very much thank you for the sub. Okay, so that's the relationship with Bulgaria. Albanians and Bulgarians kind of fuck with each other. Bulgarians kind of look at Albanians as like mountain people. But Albanians like Bulgarians because Bulgaria was the first country to accept Kosovo's independence. So there's not really hatred or love. Just Bulgarians think Albanians are barbaric, and Albanians know nothing about Bulgaria except when they smuggle a bunch of coke. So they have a neutral relationship. Absolutely everybody here, including some Albanians, don't like Kosovo. Okay, that's the relationship to Kosovo. Absolutely everybody here is like, Kosovo, what the fuck? Even I've talked to so many Albanians, they're like, no, Kosovo Albanians are a different breed of Albanians. One guy literally literally told me once I was on the seaside, an Albanian telling me, once I was on the seaside in Albania and a bunch of guys came and they started taking a shit inside of the sea itself, and we went to them and were like, what the fuck, you're not supposed to shit in the sea, and they said we are Kosovo Albanians. So from that point on, he's stereotyping Albanians in that particular way. Montenegrins, absolutely nobody hates Montenegrins. They just call them extremely lazy because they have an amazing seaside, so they don't really have to work. So everybody calls them lazy and stupid, but the Montenegrins don't really give a shit and they're living life large. Okay, Bosnia and Herzegovina, three ethnicities in here, so everybody hates Bosnia but also loves Bosnia depending on their identity and idea of what Bosnia actually is. The Croatians and Serbs, or Croatians and Bosnians, both Serbs and Croatians are like, parts of Bosnia that belong to us, but they don't like specifically hate any sort of Bosnian identity, because both Croatian and Serbian nationalists are like, there is no such thing as a Bosnian identity. Okay, I'm giving you full-on lore. Croats and Serbs, so the Serbs will say, hey, you disgusting Croats, during World War II you had Ustasha that mass murdered like hundreds of thousands of Serbs and children, etc., etc. You are genocidal maniacs. But then the Croats will turn around to the Serbs and say, remember the 90s when you guys were the genocidal maniacs? So basically Serbia and Croatia are two countries screaming at each other about the other one being genocidal maniacs, even though they're basically culturally the same people, in my modest opinion. Moldova, I don't know what Moldova is doing here. I think 60% of the population of all of these states, except Romania, don't even know Moldova is a country. Slovenia, for some reason, not included here. Everybody's like, Slovenians are just fucking Slavic Germans, and they didn't participate in a great war when Yugoslavia was falling apart. So that's why their economy grew, and now they're super rich, and we all go to Slovenia to feel poor and say, holy shit, this is what we could have been if we didn't fight petty wars amongst each other and fuck up all of Yugoslavia. That's pretty much it. Did I explain it properly? That is pretty much it. Hungary, like nobody cares. Like that's the rest of the country is like, Hungarians. There's a lot of Hungarians living in this area right here. A lot of Hungarians living here, and they coexist with Serbs very well, in my opinion. There's a lot of beautiful coexistence between Catholics, Orthodox, and Muslims, meaning Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, or people who only identify as Bosnian inside of Bosnia, but constant tensions are brought up by each of the separate republics, especially around election time, to say, we're very proud of our ethnicity, more proud than you are of your ethnicity, and Bosnia shouldn't exist, except the Bosniaks that are always like, no, Bosnia should exist because, well, it's fucking obvious. Okay, Croatia really wants to be German or whatever. Serbia really wants to be Russian or whatever. Bulgaria is like a bipolar animal. It doesn't know what the fuck it wants to be. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm Bulgaria, and everybody just goes to vacation on Greece and calls Greek women ugly. That's pretty much that's the relations of the Balkans. Have you learned something today? Okay, you have learned something today. There we go. Okay, Magyars are boring. Yeah, why are all the best athletes from the Balkans? Because we're built different and we're fucking amazing. Okay, I didn't read the chat as I was giving my racist analysis of all of this. All I see is people in chat saying Kosovo is Mexico. So okay, there we go. That's basically the lore. That's in short terms. That's the lore, right? I learned Montenegro is chill and all Balkans think Greek women are ugly, pretty much. So, but now let's listen to an American tell us about all this shit.
Characteristics of the typical Balkan.
I demand Romania slander. It's difficult to slander Romania. Romanians are pretty nice. Like Romanians, they didn't fight anybody inside. But I will tell you one thing. I have spent a lot of time in most of these republics, right? And I live in one of these. You will never guess which one. Obviously, I live in Albania. But one very interesting thing, because people tend to say Balkan people are racist and shit. No, unironically. Okay, maybe Bulgarians a little bit, but these guys, ex-Yugoslav guys, are too concentrated on being extremely hateful towards their neighbors. But if you come from Vietnam or Ghana or Brazil, they'll be like, "Oh, what's up, man?" We have on this territory, inter-hatred amongst each other that is too big and doesn't allow other types of hatred to kind of seep in, right? So a Croat is going to hate because he's so concentrated on hating Serbs, and a Serb is so concentrated on hating Croats that they really don't have anything against black people or Asians or Muslims, right? So it's kind of like progressive hatred, because they hate each other so much that allows them to be more embracing of other cultures. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Okay. Yes, we have coined a new term: progressive hatred. Okay, inter-Balkanic racism. Okay. But yeah. And because, to an extent, because the Romanians and Bulgarians have not participated in this inter-Balkanic war in the 90s, at least, they have not developed as much inter-Balkanic hatred the way these guys hate each other. So that has allowed them to participate in, the global hegemon culture, which is the American one, which introduced them to race-based hatred. So you will hear a lot more racism in Bulgaria and Romania in particular, like racism towards other races and groups. Far less right here. There you go. Some lore. Okay. Now let's listen to the American miss all these points.
YouTube commenter is nationalism. But I don't want you to interpret this as a nationalist in the West.
Oh! Here in America, we don't tolerate that kind of crap, sir!
In the Balkans, nationalism is the norm. Due to the many hardships endured by these people, oftentimes inflicted by neighboring countries. When I say hardships, I'm not talking a trade agreement fell through, I'm talking war.
And like the nationalism is like, not we are the best people of all time and we deserve a third Reich, the way Western Europeans tend to think. Like our idea of like our third Reich is just like taking 2 kilometers from the country next to us and having more access to the sea, right? That's basically it.
Wars, annexations, and genocides, if you get what I mean. To show you what I mean, here are some examples.
Gay Greece, home of sexuality. Long live the Ottoman Empire.
Bulgarians above all. Bulgarians rulers of the world. Bulgarians were invincible warriors. Bulgarians creators of almost all civilizations.
Now, you might see these as bad or hilarious, depending on who you are, but remember, nationalism is the norm for people who grew up here. So they took to the internet to share their disdain for each other, posting some of the most ridiculous and unintentionally hilarious comments of all time without a shred of irony. But if you know anything about internet irony, you know things tend to go in a circle. These comments were so ridiculous that people started creating archives of them in places like r/Balkan People Internet, which would go on to be banned for promoting nationalism, which is the opposite of what it was supposed to do. It was making fun of the nationalism, but this will be a theme going forward, trust me. The irony would be pushed so far that people would start parodying their own cultures, not just other cultures, which ended up creating one of the greatest and most influential subreddits of all time, not just for Reddit, but for internet culture. They created r/2Balkan for you. This community took Balkan People Internet and cranked up the irony to 1 million. The whole point of this community was Balkan people coming together to make fun of each other by parodying their own nationalism, which in turn spawned some of the most iconic internet memes of this generation. The most blank in blank meme was widely popularized due to its use on
and to confirm my theories about inter-hatred leading to less hatred of other peoples and other races and cultures and so on. So here we see the map, right? And this is what was the question? Mean IIT scores of white participants. But the main question, I believe, of this survey was, would you mind if show associated with race and mixed income, blah, blah, blah. Wait, let me read just one second. New map shows how easily white Europeans associate black faces. Okay, this is specifically for hatred towards black people, but I think we can use it as a broader discussion on, well, they're just fucking racist, okay? A rapid response task. To create this new map, we used data from a version of the test which presented white or black faces in positive or negative words. The results shows how easily our minds automatically make. Okay, so this is it. So exactly my theory. Okay, so the higher you score on this, the more negative your reaction towards black people is. And as you can see in my theory, the countries that participated in inter-ethnic war during the Yugoslav wars are less racist because they just hate each other. But Bulgaria, Romania, And for some reason, Macedonia, what the fuck, Macedonians? We don't have much info on Montenegro. We have Albanians here. The ones that didn't participate in the Balkan Wars hate black people much more. These guys don't care. We're like, you can be black in Serbian, black in Bosnian, black in Croatian. Fuck yeah, absolutely. Especially if you hate the other guy more, then you're a honorary Serb any day, honorary Bosnian, honorary Croat, honorary Slovene. But the guys that didn't participate, as you can see, Romania and Bulgaria, much higher levels. So because they do not hate their neighbors as much, they hate other people's, because something needed to fill that gaping hole of hatred in their soul. And it wasn't filled by hatred of the neighbors, so it was filled with mainstream culture, which is American culture, which is fucking racist as fuck. So therefore they became racist. There you go. Data has confirmed my great theories.
For you, it also included parodying the...
I suspect that basketball also has an influence on it. Yeah, dude, you have no idea how many like Bosnian and Serbian kids, like heroes, are black people because NBA. Yeah.
Stereotype.
That helped. I agree. And like Bulgarians and Romanians suck at all sports. So they don't watch a lot of it, so they don't get to see like based black people. So they're like, oh, black people are, I don't know, this or that incredibly fucked up racial stereotypes
that were used by many Balkan internet posters. Now, you as an outsider...
Turkey's... No, I think Turks are... We don't have Turkey here, but Turks are pretty like... I don't know. Depends. I mean, I'm generalizing here. We're doing a fucking meme, right? But this has been my experience, and the data collaborates it, like, literally.
Look at this and say, hey, these people are making fun of each other based on things that I'm not comfortable with, therefore it's not okay. But I present a counter argument. Balkan culture is nothing like your culture. First of all, it's normal in Balkan culture to make fun of people, and to not take that personally. Second of all, remember all of these countries raise people to be extremely proud of their heritage and their roots, because historically, there is a very good chance they've been wronged by their neighbors at some point in the past, due to the sheer volume of history in the Balkans. As a result of this, a lot of people would just avoid talking to anyone from a neighboring country due to the stereotypes they were raised on. 2 Balkan for You flipped this narrative completely on its head by uniting people from the Balkans with one thing they all had in common: nationalism. This video was made possible by Raycon. With ticket about 15%.
Non-ethical reacts because I don't like this guy. Fuck this guy.
Balkan for You argue that they would have never had perspectives on their neighbors and their upbringings had it not be for the subreddit, when in reality, they have a lot more in common than they originally thought.
Dude, they're the same. Yeah, that was the TED Talk. That was the TED Talk. They're the same. Not that they have a lot in common. Like, it's... When you remove certain aspects, it's the same fucking culture. In a very good way. In a very good way. A Croat, a Serbian, and an Albanian have 700 times more in common than they do with a German. Like, 7 billion times. Okay? My friend group here where I live is an Albanian, a Serb, 2 Macedonians, Bulgarians, and a Bosnian Muslim. Bosniak. I talk to these people all the time. We hang out all together, okay? We sprinkle in some fucking English people and some fucking Russians just to make it more international, but trust me.
I guess you could say it was ironic, realizing they hated each other was the reason they came together, but either way, they came together. One of the heads of 2 Balkan for You has explicitly stated that if it weren't for the subreddit, he, as a Greek person, would have never met his Macedonian or Turkish friends. He claims that if the subreddit never existed, tons of Balkan people would still hold the same perspective of their neighbors. They were also able to turn up the irony and laugh at the people who took their nationalism seriously. So in a bizarre, roundabout, layered way, they cooled the tensions in historically one of the most tense regions on the entire planet. It's like cranking up the AC and the heat at the same time to achieve an average temperature, and it worked. Now you see, this perspective is a bit nuanced and hard to understand if you don't have a background in the Balkans. Although you could just talk to a Balkan person about that to get the perspective, but hey, it might take a second to realize that even if I don't like this, these people are okay with making fun of each other and being made fun of. Reddit admins do not...
They really are. They really, really are. The self-irony always is impeccable. Like, that's the joke. I'll use a random nationality. Let's say with the Croats and Serbs. The only people that Croats hate more than Serbs is other Croats. The only people that Serbs hate more than Croats is other Serbs. Like, that is like undeniable fucking preach truth. Okay, again, progressive hatred. It's a wild context, but the Balkans are a wild place. So, speaking of a wild place and increasing levels of hatred, you will be receiving increasing levels of self-hatred, because you will have to watch an ad in 20 seconds that has nothing to do with your interests. Instead, you can subscribe to this channel for $5 a month for free through Prime and actually move towards something that you have interest in. That is the choice before you. Self-hatred or $5 for free through Prime. Your call. Thank you very much.
Not think like this. You see, there's one type of person that no matter what, people on 2 Balkan for You unironically hated. People from the West. And nobody embodies the stereotypical, terminally online, babied Western person than the average Redditor. A couple of people came after 2 Balkan for You, most notably the users of AHS, but it was nothing more than people just complaining, failing to...
It's difficult to find it with an actual translation, but if I would to give you a movie about inter-Balkan hatred, and also it touches on LGBTQ rights, right, is this movie. It's literally called The Parade because it revolves around a pride parade happening in Belgrade, and one like extremely homophobic Serbian guy not being able to force any of his gang members to protect it. Because he needs to protect it. I don't want to spoil why. So he goes around the Balkans, at least the part that was a part of the Yugoslav wars, finding his old war buddies, but not war buddies on the Serbian side, but war buddies from all the other sides who owe him, so that they come together and protect the Pride Parade in Belgrade. And funny things happen, right? If there's a movie to it, I don't know if the subtitles are good, but if there's a movie to watch, it's problematic, blah, 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 but there's a movie to watch to understand that that's the fucking film. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. At this point, it has been proven that the ultimate solution to the national question is the collective hate of liberoid Westerners. Exactly. That we can all unite under, right?
Understand the point of the subreddit, which wasn't to be mean or hurtful, but make fun of that. It was just a small group of Redditors, though, so who really cares? 2 Balkan for You did take some steps in changing the subreddit to be more advertiser friendly.
Thank you very much, Red Dawn, for the community sub. Thank you, beautiful, saving people from ads, 1 sub at a time.
In order to not get it banned, such as changing some user flares and making sure no unironic stuff got through. But this wouldn't stop them from the attack that was about to come. Not from the Reddit mods, but the Reddit admins, in particular, one notoriously awful admin. Now, as previously discussed in another video, admins and mods are very different people. To understand this simply, admins are paid employees of Reddit, whereas mods are basically slaves. Mods are the ones who get into...
Mods, stop listening to this. Mods, stop listening to this evil propaganda. Mods, stop listening. To me, you're all admins, okay? You're all admins.
Individuals banned, admins are the ones who get entire subs banned. Now, in doing research for this video, I got in touch with the head admin of 2 Balkan for You, who had direct interactions with a certain Reddit admin. The messages between them perfectly paint the picture of why 2 Balkan for You was banned. So this admin, Chitor? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Dude, imagine having 1 million karma on Reddit, my dude. That is fucking scary shit, man. Holy fuck. Thank you very much, Romka, for the 100 bits. Mods are the Politburo, tovarish. My mods, at least, okay? People joke, oh, what, you just want red cops? Yes, unironically, and I call them my Pokemon.
The one we're going to be talking about. You might know her because she got caught abusing her powers on r/place to erase stuff she didn't like, essentially defeating the whole purpose of Place. Cheetor had taken some issue with 2 Balkan for You, citing that the user flares were in direct violation of Reddit Rule 1. Here are the user flares on screen that they use to make fun of each other.
An Albanian, gay Rick gay, Bosniak fake people, Slovenian femboy based, Serbia landlocked genocide, Croatian Nazi, Turk roach, oh that was hard, Bulgar Mongol horde, oh my god, Makedonian, Montenegro sleepy Serb, yeah, that one's so mild, and then the classic Romanian, you know.
You can be the judge for yourself. Whether you agree these violate the rules or not, the mods had to agree to the conditions. The mods simply wanted an explanation on why they had their user flares removed, as Cheetor had just removed them without giving them any warning or any heads up. They explained the point of these user flares was to make fun of people who were using them seriously in the real world. They also argued that they're criticizing themselves, not others. Therefore, it's okay because everyone here is in on it. Either way, the mods said they'd be willing to change the flares if they got them back, giving Cheetor what they wanted if they would just leave 2 Balkan for you alone. Now, if you look at the messages, it's clear Cheetor didn't even look at the response and just doubled down, saying that their word was final and they wouldn't be getting their flares back no matter what, because
this takes niche and then digs a hole and finds and buries it inside and makes it even more niche. This is such a niche conversation. Reddit drama. Would never thought I would learn more about this, about Reddit flares. There's a civil war about Reddit flares.
I don't know, man. But Cheetor, being the hero she was, wouldn't stop there. They mentioned 2 Balkan for you was promoting hate and gave examples. The mods claim that these posts weren't even promoting hate and gave
all territories in green as rightfully Greek, disagree equals Turk roach. This is hilarious. This is making fun of Turkish nationalism. No, this is making fun of Greek nationalism. This is hilarious. This is super funny. I'm sorry, but this is very funny.
Examples. The mods.
I wonder where did flares go? Can't have shit in the Balkans. I don't get this one. I don't get this one.
Claim that these posts weren't even promoting.
No user flare available. User flare is not enabled in this community. Flare stolen by... Okay, this is fucking racist. That's fucking racist. Yeah, I agree. That's very racist.
And they also said they were trying to keep the subreddit as...
It's introducing Roma people to that Reddit community is fucking stupid because they're the only ones not in on the joke. Okay, because they don't have a country. So they're not in on the joke. It's punching down. It's weak. It's stupid. It's cringe. Make fun of each other because Macedonian, Bulgarian, Croatian, right? But why the fuck are you bringing Roma people that have nothing to do with this into the conversation? Stupid fucks.
Clean as possible, but felt they were being unfairly treated and given too short of a leash. They also pointed out that nobody on the sub was getting offended, who, keep in mind, were the butt end of these jokes. But it was a Western on the sub was getting...
Me says anything even slightly negative about Turkey. My mentions for the next 2 hours. Classic.
Offended, who keep in...
There are 2 types of Slovenian males. This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
Mine were the butt end.
Average depiction of ethnicity is in the Balkans. So what? Serbs are black. Bosnians are terrorists. Croatians are Nazis. Slovenia wants to be Austrian. Bulgarians aren't white. Okay. Kind of funny. But except the Romania, yeah.
Of these jokes, but it was a Western person coming into another culture telling them what was okay and what wasn't. They pointed out that the posts mentioned were against hatred. The whole point of them was to make fun of nationalists in the region by parodying them to a ridiculous extent. They also claimed that a Reddit admin should be helping them to make sure their community is within guidelines, not going on a power trip and harassing them because they don't understand it. They even asked for contact with another admin who didn't have the comedic understanding of a 4-year-old, but instead, Cheetor made it so every post on 2 Balkan for you had to be filtered by the mods. Keep in mind, it had over 100,000 users, basically creating a spam subreddit where no posts could be made and it was run into the ground. All of this eventually culminated in the deletion and ending of 2 Balkan for you. A sad day in internet history. But the Balkan philosophy stayed the same until the very end. We own the subreddit, but but we don't own the community. The community owns itself. And that was the end of Balkan People Internet for good. Just kidding. These people have survived the strongest empires in history and each other. You think some Reddit admin could kill them?
Yeah, baby!
I
Whatever. They got copyrighted for probably the song they played. I didn't mute it. They probably got this part copyrighted. It's Tito Car. Oh, there was except for the beginning, that was a okay-ish video, and except blatant Roma hatred. Pretty funny. Okay, so it's not the Balkan people who are controlling the world. Instead, what we all agree on.
Have you seen this man?
You think I'm gonna say Jews? No, the Chinese. The Chinese rule the world. I have no idea who this creator is, if they're cringe or not. But now we're moving from Balkan memes. Please, mods, modify the fucking title. We're moving over to Balkans number 2. But they never fell apart. And that is China. Meet China's biggest meme taking over the internet. Let's learn about Chinese memes.
Wonderful. A new
Here,
child
you do
soldier,
not only get politically and
subscriber.
ideologically educated. Thank you very much, Lulucia, for the resub, my beautiful child soldier. But we also learn about culture through internet shitposting. So, let's go to China. Get ready to fly. Woo! Oh my god, that's loud. And when was this posted? 4 days ago. Oh, okay, it's new.
养五爪健身操，祝您健康步步高，噜的。
This is so. Is this what grind set would be like if it was wholesome?
步步高，噜的。
6 million followers on Chinese TikTok,
Jesus
2.9 million
Christ.
followers on Chinese YouTube, 9.5 million on Kuaishou, TikTok's biggest competitor in China, well over 140 million views total, thousands of re-uploads, hundreds of imitations, a massive cult following in China and the West. Every now and then, a Chinese meme makes it over the Great Firewall, and when it does, I always wonder, why? Who is this guy? I've done the research, so
Hugo yesterday.
I always wonder, why? Who is this guy? I've done
Hugo yesterday, who was here knows.
research, so strap in, because this man is unlike any other.
任何未经检验的生活，永远连在一起。我把困难当饭菜。哦。
Man is
The fart was Hugo yesterday, and this is Hugo nonstop.
Like any other.
Wait, not this one. Wait. Hugo nonstop. This is Hugo nonstop.
我把困难当饭菜。奥利给！
His shtick is extensive and impressive. Animalistic exercises, dinosaur walk, eating like a squirrel, duck walk, and whatever this is.
Extremely positive muscle man.
He'd make a great Shaolin monk. He enjoys yelling, giving encouraging and very loud speeches with exaggerated facial expressions, singing.
I love the culture twist. Like, all Balkan memes are like, ha ha, other country is monkey, ha ha ha. China, extremely positive man shouts. We love it.
Wearing oversized shoes, using oversized chopsticks. He plays the kwaiban so well that he did a 1 hour long stream, not saying a single word and just going. He also cooks a lot of simple vegetarian food, recites poems, sometimes all at the same time. He's known for slogans like
没毛病，干就完了，加油，奥利给！
Now, "aolige" is untranslatable. It's not even Chinese. It is very trendy internet lingo among the rural subculture in China. One of the earliest recorded usages is from a construction work on Kuaishou. But it's drivel. Nobody knows what the hell he's on about.
It means nothing? You're trying to tell me it means nothing, and everyone's like, we're saying this word.
So this clip made the rounds, and the "aolige" was imitated by other creators.
中国航天，奥利给。
Always in combination with
All are gay.
Something encouraging, like a let's go type thing. It got even bigger when someone decided to eat shit from a makeshift toilet for views, and of course it had to be accompanied with a hearty So our guy here did not invent the phrase.
What the fuck? Imagine saying all are gay and then eating some shit.
But he sure has become the face of it. But this isn't how it all began. His very first upload is from January 2019.
Chinese skibidi toilet is fucking crazy. Great things are happening in China.
Suddenly spawned like a Pokemon out of nowhere, standing on a pile of ice, giving an emotional address. At that point, every single piece
class conscious as fuck as well, saying everyone is gay, saying that you should appreciate your privilege. He's checking everybody's privilege.
So his content was about being fearless and work tirelessly through hardship to achieve your goals. Locals say he regularly swims and does weird exercises in the river. A shop owner was asked about him and said he swims here every year. However, she fears it may affect the city's appearance a bit when he walks around only wearing shorts. He has become such a character that a bunch of Chinese influencers made a documentary about trying to find him. And when they did, guess what he was doing? Exactly.
I love this man. I want to worship this man because this man start a cult so I can join it.
So, a wholesome Chinese man trying to stay positive and swimming in the ice. So far so good. What's the issue? Upon digging a little deeper, I found a police report filed against him. It reads, this online influencer gets half naked, acts like a rabid animal yelling gibberish and sometimes obscenities. The police response, no illegal action detected after investigation. A month after the complaint, he uploaded a clip telling people he does not tolerate guests at his home.
我在家不接待任何客人。如不听劝阻，后果自负。
Paparazzi?
Holy fucking shit. I guess a lot of people started going to his house, like photographing him and probably pestering him. I don't know why I'm immediately defending this gentleman, but you just shouted that at me while standing on top of ice that I should check my privilege. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm immediately supportive. Yeah, but dude, the motherfucker looked straight in the camera and said, you will die.
Or stalkers maybe? This article claims he was seen chasing people off his property with a shovel. Could be haters or trolls, and he does have many of them. Here's someone telling him to kill himself during his live stream. Now, I don't know about you, but something is off here. You have this dude who lives in a decrepit old house. It looks very rural and quite poor. He's a talented singer, he plays an instrument, swims in a frozen river shirtless, he's in great health, great public speaker, he has so many followers he could easily make millions with sponsorship deals. What is going on here? Who is this man and how did he become like this?
I will defend that man, your boy Jack. I will defend that man to my death. This is the first time I've ever heard of him.
Now, even though a lot of people just refer to him as the Zhang Ya Wu Zhao guy over here, his actual name is
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I've been subscriber.
Thank you very much, my beautiful child soldier. 918 for the second month sub. Still grateful to ZFAH for a 3-month sub gift. Here, chat and Yugopnik. Hi, hi, hi.
Huang Chunsheng, which is a typical rural name. It means springborn. But he's known online by his nickname Guai Ge.
我是朝阳东涌怪哥.
If you roam Chinese online forums, they also refer to him as Speck from Baki. He's from the rural county of...
Sorry, that was really funny.
Of Chaoyang City in Liaoning Province, northeastern China. Guai Ge is a man shrouded in mystery. It is incredibly hard to distinguish facts from fiction. We are not the only ones taking an interest in him after all. Chinese netizens are relentless though. I've gathered what I could. This rabbit hole is way deeper than I expected. There are claims he was a PE teacher in elementary school, that he was an incredibly talented calligraphy teacher who would always wear military uniforms. Some internet users claim to have been his students. Quote, in the harsh winter winds of northeast China, the snow in rural schoolyards hadn't melted. He taught me what high knee lifts were and what frog jumps entailed. Oh god, frog jumps, Wa Tiao. Shaolin flashback triggered. Physical education classes were like nightmares at that time. The next day, classmates looked like they were disabled. But no evidence. Delivery man, no evidence. Construction, no evidence. Barber, He has shaved his brother on a stream.
Dude, I'm so interested in this. Like, you have no idea. Like, this is fucking fascinating.
He has videos of shaving himself on a train. Is that enough to say he's been a barber? I doubt it. I shave myself. Wedding event performer. Now, finally something that we do have some evidence for. There's footage of him acting both as a serious host and as his Guaige happy, wacky, hype man style.
How can I hire this man for my wedding and how much do I need to pay? Okay.
There's one thing we know.
Speaking of payment, would you like to watch an ad or send money to Yugopnik so he can pay money to this man to scream very positive things on his future wedding? That is the choice before you. $5 a month and this man on Yugopnik's wedding, or watching an ad that is going to play in exactly 45 seconds. The choice is yours. Decide.
No, for certain though. He's a trained traditional art performer. A photo of his membership of the local Tsui Association was found, which is a collective of people engaging in the same type of folk music and theater art. I also found some really low quality images of him doing stand-up with a partner. This article confirms this career. His colleague's name was Gaze, and they performed together in some type of TV broadcasts. Gaze recalls that Guaige was a
What TV broadcast? What the fuck?
very serious person. Interesting. Even a program that would only go for 10 minutes, he'd spend a whole week diligently preparing and memorizing lines deep into the night. The program ran for 4 years, but with consistently low ratings and ultimately got cancelled. And then, according to this article, Guaige became an unemployed wanderer. But now things get a bit darker. This article reads, Guaige's life has been more painful than that of many people. His mother passed away early due to illness, leaving only his father and younger brother at home. Due to a hereditary disease, Guaige's younger brother suffers from intellectual disabilities and sometimes cannot even speak. Just as he managed to grow into adulthood, his father suddenly fell ill and became paralyzed. Is he taking care of his family? If you look at the GDP per capita and the average income of a city, I know it's not the perfect metric, but at least something, he probably earned less than 2,000 RMB per month in 2018. That's around $290. Even in China, good luck supporting 3 grown men with that. Especially as a local artist and performer. He once uploaded a video of himself crying.
加油，奥利给呀！你倒动弹呢，听话，别动。
People speculate that this was around the time his brother passed away, since he would only stream at midnight. Some say this was to avoid the trolls in the chat, others say it's because he needed to prepare meals for his brother and bedridden father in the morning.
我们的心永远连在一起。
So we have a lot of shaky information. Some pieces of his puzzle remain obscured, many others are just hearsay. But just recently, in November 2023, the same people who tracked him down 4 years ago were finally able to shed some light on his life by interviewing him to dispel the rumors. And guess what? Him being a teacher was true. Apparently he was a real hard-ass teacher too, really militaristic and strict. Students had to sit straight and had exact rules on how far away the body must be from the chair and the table. Parents even filed complaints against him that he's insane and he's gonna spread his craziness to the students. And all this eventually cost him his job. The rumors about construction work, delivery, even picking up bottle caps, it was all true. He said he did it to survive. The article even tells us about his obsession with swimming in the ice. He says he's always been a rebellious kid. He wanted to have long hair, which in China is a big no-no, by the way. His parents and the school obviously forbid it. And when he grew up, he thought long hair was boring, so he shaved it all off. In his youth, he was always jealous of people who swam in the Darling River because his family wouldn't allow him to. So he took up swimming in 1997 and he started winter swimming in 2007. And he said,
Motherfucker looked at every challenge and was like, I'm fucking doing this. I'm fucking doing this. Weirdly, he looks like a Chinese version of my dad. He's also well-intended, but kind of insufferable. Your dad or this gentleman? Planning for Fallout sounds like a fiscally responsible behavior. Hustlers University China edition. Like, and there you go. You apply it to the local ideology and it's actually based.
So happy.
If only Andrew Tataro was like this man.
That now he can swim in the river as much as he wants to. I've talked to you guys about his past, his shtick, but there's one huge aspect of him that you don't know yet. This guy, Guaige, stubbornly refuses to get rich. His entire purpose in life seems to be to spread positivity and rejecting money.
Holy shit. Plain tea and simple food, eat until...
Multiple sources, including platform officials, claim that he's extremely hard to contact for business. Sure, he made some small ads for local businesses and events, but with his enormous following, he should be rich at this point. Yet there are no signs of improvements of his living conditions. At some point, he got so big on Kuaishou that they wanted to feature him in their official ads. They sent him a really positive and encouraging script, and according to the director, he initially refused to shoot.
He's super handsome as well. Like, he's ridiculously handsome. Like, extremely handsome. Look at the fucking jawline. He's ridiculous. So fucking handsome. Look, this is a fucking handsome dude, man. And those are very expensive glasses, by the way. Probably the ad gave it. I don't know. Those look like expensive glasses.
They sent him a really positive and encouraging script, and according to the director, he initially refused to shoot the ad, let alone be its centerpiece. After the job, he refused to get paid the agreed upon amount. It's reasonable to assume that he ultimately did get paid. Obviously, the director said that if Guaige insists on not receiving the money, he will simply transfer it to his Kuaishou account via backend access. Now, some of you might say, and I think it's reasonable, that all this anti-material...
Thank you, Refoy, for the $21.
Little support for a great guy.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Good person, blah blah, could just be part of his image. Yeah, maybe. But you have to understand that TikTok is used by young people in China. Kuaishou represents the peasant subculture. It's aimed at rural people with middle or lower class incomes. And those content creators are often massive sellouts, engaging in self-harm for views, get rich quick schemes, and advertising the worst garbage you can possibly imagine. The platform is a cesspool of trash. It's called 烂活 in Chinese, a rotting gig. A lazy life. He's an absolute anomaly among that crowd. He gets tons of bullying and harassment for his crazy antics and haters that spam his streams and claim he's a fake. This hate also led him to build a very loyal and dedicated fan base that reports abusive comments and tries to clean up his streams. They even wrote guides on what stream items to donate so that he can make more money. When they ask him how to donate directly to help his situation, he tears up, sometimes outright rejects it, and insists his online presence isn't about begging on the internet. And he never does beg for money. He doesn't peddle trash products. Yes, he behaves in a goofy way sometimes, but never anything immoral or extreme, unlike yours truly. He doesn't say, it's so hard to find meaning in life, now please join my $500 weekend program where I teach
Exactly, MXG, proletariat king, man. Proletariat king.
About purpose. Here you can see him talking about working hard, living a simple life, and having a graceful soul in his moldy kitchen.
简朴的生活和高贵的灵魂才是人生最高境界，亲人们。
CCP, what the fuck are you waiting for? Give this man a fucking governing position. I'm not kidding, like at all. Give this man a position of power. Yesterday.
Everyone that consumes his content,
but he will deny the position, yeah. But try.
And agrees that he's one wholesome dude. Guaige is often listed as one of the most spotless online personalities. He's praised by many of his peers and even state-owned media for remaining true to his message and not showing pride in his fame.
And this is like, sorry to do the whole immediately, systems influence what we celebrate and who we are, etc., etc.
Directly to help his situation.
Twitch communist streamer immediately talking about this. Okay. This is one of the most famous people in the East. This is one of the most famous people in the West. If you tell me that systems do not build different ideas of greatness, different depictions, depictions of greatness, then I don't know what's bigger proof than this.
Rejected and insists his online presence isn't about begging on the internet. And he never does beg for money. He doesn't peddle trash products. Yes, he behaves in a goofy way sometimes, but never anything immoral or extreme, unlike yours truly. He doesn't say, it's so hard to find meaning in life, now please join my $500 weekend program where I teach you about purpose. Here you can see him talking about working hard, living a simple life, and having a graceful soul in his moldy kitchen.
简朴的生活和高贵的灵魂才是人生最高境界，亲人们。
Everyone that consumes his content agrees that he's one wholesome dude. Guaige is often listed as one of the most spotless online personalities. He's praised by many of his peers and even state-owned media for remaining true to his message and not showing pride in his fame. A humble king. He participated in some more ads for the platform, giving encouraging speeches in a suit, but honestly, I don't really like him. I think they don't fit his style. This one is my personal favorite. Just feel his energy. I love it.
生活总是被泼冷水，怎么办？如果不想倒下，最好的办法就是笑对他。冷眼和嘲笑都挺好，但最好的就是我一直重复的口号，不是为了叫醒自己，而是想给身处低谷的人打气，哪怕就帮助了一个人都可以。一起大声喊出来，加油，奥利给！ 亲人们，小伙伴们，奋斗的青春万岁！加油，奥利给！
As your boy Jack said, 10 out of 10, no notes. I'm literally going to cry. I didn't expect. What a fucking unit. What a human being. Wow.
And that, my friends, is the story of Guaiger. Or at least, all I could gather. Don't forget, he's a person just like you and me. Some of the info about him is just rumors in many
MXG, not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need.
ways. He remains an enigma. And if you're wondering what he's up to today, and yesterday, and the day before, and tomorrow, going for a swim. That's literally all of his latest uploads. That's his life. Thanks for watching. Antoni out.
Holy shit. I don't know about this guy's other videos, but if they're as wholesome as this, go check him out. Ranton. I think he used to be like a Monk, the creator, and then did some other stuff. Wow. Yeah. Holy, like, oof. I didn't expect this to get deep, but this got deep. Wow. What a absolute unit. What an absolute fucking unit. Now let's learn about the opposite of units. Fucking McKinsey. What a transition, eh? What a transition. Yeah, he was in the Shaolin Temple. Thank you, Iraqi Marxist. Wow. Like, if I was to imagine who deserves to be like a famous guy online, this is the dude. Not, I don't know, fucking Logan Paul or Tate or Ben Shabib. Like, even in his like relatively simplistic shouting in the camera, relative motivational stuff, it contributes. One of his TikToks contributes more to society than 100 Ben Shapiro videos. Respect. Speaking of contributing, let's watch McKinsey. Let's learn about McKinsey and people who contribute nothing except, getting people fired most of the time. Go.
I'm entering the global headquarters of one of the most influential companies in the world. But you probably wouldn't know that because hiding in plain sight is kind of their thing. And from the shadows, they've been doing the dirty work for basically every brand you've ever heard of. Like 450 of the Fortune 500 companies. I'm talking big soda, big tobacco, big oil, and the very worst of big pharma. They've been called the single greatest legitimizer of mass layoffs of anyone, anywhere.
Mods, my loves, please adjust the title. Thank you.
At any time in modern history. They also work for the Saudi, Chinese, and,
Actually, I'll do it, no
and
worries.
American governments, and on whatever the hell this is.
The line will be home to 9 million residents and organized in 3 dimensions.
So who are they?
Thank you.
McKinsey's now accused of helping drug makers to quote-unquote turbocharge the sales of prescription opioids.
Behind President Vladimir Putin's war machine against Ukraine sits Rostec, until recently a client of McKinsey and Company.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No. I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or what was apparently a scandal.
Today, we're talking about McKinsey, the shadowy and parasitic consulting firm at the heart of nearly every industry in America. McKinsey claims to operate on a no-policy policy, free from a driving ideology or bias. But we tracked their history and broke down their worldview, and it places the consulting industry as secret agents in the war on working people. So what do consultants even do?
Increase shareholder value. Our consultants work in many roles to solve our clients' toughest issues. They integrate world-class problem-solving, industry and functional expertise in proprietary tools and capabilities to create change and lasting impact. They come in and they tell you to fire people. Like, that's what they do. That's the majority of what McKinsey does, unironically. Thank you, Romko, for 100 bits. Kids, remember, labor aristocracy. No, these guys are not labor aristocracy. These guys are class traders. This is hardcore class traders. Obviously, the owners are capitalists. They're not class traders. But everybody who works in a company like McKinsey and gets salary, etc., that's...
Wonderful. A new child soldier. Subscriber.
It's literally class traders. That's the term that is supposed to be used for them. Because their whole job is alleviating pressure off of the owners and allowing them to make more more money by fucking the worker. And thank you very much, TJ Boyo, for the 3rd month resub. Thank you very much.
Okay, but what do they actually do?
When I first applied and received an offer, I really had no idea what a BA does. The amazing thing is that what we do varies.
Communicate, present, model, plan, problem solve.
Be ambitious. And
McKinsey and all consultant companies, they realize one very big thing, and that's how they indirectly also cuck corporations as well, not only the working man, because they understood that the leadership of most corporations are fucking idiots as well. So they come in with big fancy words to these owners that don't know them, because I don't know, you're a billionaire because you started a fucking library or whatever, an online library, and now you're the leader of Amazon. They come in with the big fancy business school words, and they make you feel like, oh, now you're actually going to get something out of them because these guys are really knowledgeable. They're not really knowledgeable. They just know fancy terminology, and they will send you like a 100-page analysis of what is going on in the company with like very fancy graphs, etc., etc. So that you can lie to yourself that they're going to help you, but they're not. They're going to screw you over hard, but that's based. But the sad part is that usually, while they're screwing over the companies that they're consulting for, they also screw over the employees, and that's where it gets fucked up. Or they tell you to pollute the river, or they tell you that you should buy more guns, etc., etc.
And find ways we can double our current rate of innovation.
No, but what do they actually do? I had to ask some experts to get a straight answer.
Well, in an ideal world,
bringing in a management consultant, Noam Chomsky, is just bringing in someone to fire people without making the boss look bad. Yeah, yep.
Consultants add their brain power, to any company.
That was Mike Forsyth, a New York Times journalist and author of When McKinsey Comes to Town.
They come in as outsiders, look at a problem in a new way, and give good advice.
Consultants claim to...
That's the whole shtick. Like, I don't know how many of you here worked in like higher corporate management. I absolutely have. And I have friends that work in fucking top shit. The more like when you start, you feel like everybody on top knows exactly what they're doing. And you're like, I know nothing. And then you get a promotion and you're like, these guys also don't know what they're doing. And then you get another promotion, like these guys also don't know what they're doing. And you rise, and you get less work the more you rise through the corporate ladder. But you realize that it's all held together by duct tape. When a consultant comes, he's like, no, actually, know what I'm doing. Because when you reach like the top, like upper management and even executive body, you get there and you're also like, nobody knows what they're doing. And that's when McKinsey comes and other companies like Deloitte and so on, the big four, KPMG and so on, they come to you and they're like, we are the guys that know what we're doing. But you don't get to become them because you're already at the top of your own particular firm that you're in. So you still are holding on that somebody knows what they're doing. You're on top of the company and you see that nobody knows what they're doing. But hey, these external guys might know what they're doing. And they come and they lie to you that they know what they're doing, and then you give them fucking millions and they don't know what they're doing. Basically what I'm saying is nobody in the corporate world knows what the fuck they're doing. Okay? They're basically moving things around. That's it. Thank you, Ramko, for the 100 bits. We will need a special kind of gulag, education program for these people.
To help.
And we will make them make the gulag run efficiently, okay? They're going to make 100-page presentations on how to run the gulag more efficiently.
Organizations solve problems that they would not be able to solve themselves.
This is Garrison Lovely, a former McKinsey employee turned whistleblower and journalist.
Whether that's entering a new market, reducing costs, helping a government achieve its mission better.
That's the idealized version. In the non-idealized version,
I have worked with executives, Red Wizard, and project managers, and neither of them ever know what the fuck is going on. Dude, I worked as a project and program manager. The program manager fucking thinks up the whole process of what is supposed to be going on in the company. You know how I thought up the process? I Googled what is our competitor doing when it comes to their marketing processes, and I copy-pasted, and I made my own presentation about it, and I presented it, and I was like, oh my God, this is brilliant. It took me maybe 3 hours. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing, and probably the guys whose plan I copied also didn't know what the fuck they're doing. It's fucking mess, mainly because they don't care. Nobody cares. Even upper management don't care because they are alienated from their work as well, right? Because there's no fruit of their fucking labor that they can see as well, right? So nobody cares and nobody knows what they're doing, and it's all shit. It's all fucking shit.
the advice they give is bad advice, or the client they're working with is not a good actor.
So where did this lucrative problem-solving industry even come from? McKinsey was founded right after a period of historic corporate mergers. From 1895 to 1904, 1,800 companies were crunched into just 157 megacorporations, including some familiar ones like US Steel, Nabisco, General Electric, and AT&T. You might also remember what happened in 1929. So, in 1933, the government passed the Glass-Steagall Act, which stopped banks from speculation, which is basically gambling with the money regular people put in their bank accounts. But
it was basically preventing businesses from sharing information with each other about what they were doing, and so they couldn't standardize practices as much. Consultants were a way to get around this, where they would work for one company and figure out what they're doing, and do this for a bunch of different companies within the same industry, and help these companies behave more or less the same way and standardize.
In 1951,
and like the what should I call it? The con is that your company was going to grow anyways, but you bring us in. We consult on you and your company grows anyways because the company was going to grow anyways because the fucking markets continuously expand. I mean, now they stopped expanding, but 10 years ago, 30 years ago, fucking 6 years ago, holy shit. And it just happens to expand. But because you were there as a consultant, they're like, oh my God, it's because the consultants were here and told us what to do. That's why it expanded. It's a insanely brilliant con, right? And it would be great if they were Robin Hooding this shit and just trolling the rich. Fucking hilarious. Great way to make money, in my opinion. But very often, there to repeat myself, dump this nuclear waste in the river. Oh, more bullets. Oh, fire all the people, right?
General Motors hired McKinsey to conduct the first ever study of executive compensation. The project was led by this guy, Arch Patton.
He noticed that laborers after World War II, their wages were rising faster than management, and went to companies and said, hey, did you know that your workers are actually getting raises more than you are? And they were shocked by this, and this pioneered the field of executive compensation consulting.
At the time of the study, the average CEO was paid about 20 times his typical worker salary.
Okay, so it's insane. So the executive is who can call the consultants. I'm talking serious consulting about the restructuring of the whole company. And we as consultants tell you, the executive, we literally sit down and we tell you, if you bring us in and your wider corporation pays us $1 million, $2 million, $5 million for this consultancy, we will make sure to consult you on increasing your salary. Okay? We'll consult the owners to increase your executive salary. So please call us in. We're going to move some fucking boxes around, right? And say that you should get a bigger salary. Of course, every executive is going to fucking invite them.
Now, averages hit between 200 and 300, with some outliers approaching 2,000. Thanks, McKinsey.
They're management consultants. Since they were founded in the 1920s, they've been...
Yanagibashi, bougies don't care about growing companies. They care about making money. They will run a company into the ground if it makes them a buck before moving on to the next grift. Yes, 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 yes.
Working with management.
That's the insanity of the market. In the long run, it even fucks up the companies themselves that it presents itself as pioneering.
There is no equivalent McKinsey, for labor.
When it comes to labor, they've got one MO.
Layoffs.
If they're not laying people off, they're making other cuts and recommendations that totally hurt workers and consumers.
And they never touch the fucking executives because the executives are the ones that are the decision makers and the ones that actually can get them a job, right? It's a snake eating its own what?
Common thing is the CEO wants to enter a new market or lay off a bunch of people or close down some division. McKinsey will do a bunch of analysis and they'll come up with all these clever seeming reasons why it makes sense to do the thing. And this is a way for the CEO or whoever else hired McKinsey to justify the decision.
In 2005, the average annual salary for a Walmart associate was roughly $17,500.
Its employee costs were going up because, associates, as Walmart calls them, were staying longer and longer and longer, but they didn't see a really big boost in productivity. So McKinsey came on board to help reduce healthcare expenses and to also try to trim benefits. And one of the findings and recommendations was to hire more part-time workers, because they don't have that burden of having all those benefits.
McKinsey also recommended that Walmart consider reducing its overall investment in profit sharing and 401k programs, lower its company-paid life insurance coverage, and move employees to consumer-driven health plans. Walmart wasn't the only client that used McKinsey to try and save money.
In the 1990s, McKinsey came on board with Disneyland, and one of the areas they looked at was overhauling the maintenance program. And mind you, you have to keep in mind, this is a place that had a spotless record.
At that time, Disneyland had lots of mechanics maintaining rides. They made the rounds all day, tightening screws and bolts as needed and checking key safety features like lap bars.
So the idea, again, cut maintenance costs, move the maintenance crew to mostly work the graveyard shift at night.
The ride mechanic sent Disney multiple warnings of his safety concerns. McKinsey asked him why lap bars on a...
Like, they're always about cost cutting. They're not about improving the product. They're not about making everything run more smoothly, etc., etc. It's the most basic, like, I don't have the heart to do this, so I'll call these guys up because they're fucking brutal, and they're gonna do the cost cutting for me. And as an added benefit, I can say, I'm firing you all because the consultant said so, not because I am doing it. We are family. We love each other.
A roller coaster were inspected daily when records showed they never failed. He replied, the reason they don't fail is because we...
Yanagibashi, Hugo, have you watched Cold Take before? He's been getting into a sort of anti-capitalist take on the video game industry recently. Since Second Wind went independent, might be worth adding to the playlist. I will, thank you. We might not cover it today, but we will. Thank you.
We check them every night. It's like a pilot saying, hey, we haven't crashed in a while, let's just skip the pre-flight. Disney never responded to his complaints, and he was later fired. Not long after this, a child was seriously injured after falling out of a ride because of a lap bar issue. He never walked or talked again and died a few years later. Another serious accident occurred when an untrained supervisor docked a riverboat.
It's just extremely dangerous. You know, you need to have very well-trained people to do this. Apparently the wood, you know, in the dock was rotted, and the whole cleat just shot out like shrapnel and wound up, killing one person and injuring somebody else.
And another person was killed when wheels failed on the Thunder Mountain roller coaster. The cited causes of all of these accidents were staffing and maintenance.
This is not the Disney that many people grew up with, and they all have.
But because they're not a part of the company, right? Even when shit goes wrong, the company gets blamed for the decisions, but not the consultants. Just legally, they can't.
And after.
Can't be blamed, I mean.
McKinsey came on board.
But did McKinsey face any consequences for their bad advice?
McKinsey escapes accountability in a way because they are behind the scenes. It's all about secrecy, with them. Our advice is to you, and it's confidential. If you guys do great, wonderful, you take all the credit.
Yeah.
If you screw up,
I didn't pre-watch, I swear.
and things go bad, it's on you, it's not us.
If the project fails, the decision ends up being bad, it's like, well, clearly you hired the best consulting firm, so it must have been something else.
There's this symbiotic relationship between McKinsey and their clients. When something goes wrong, all McKinsey did was make recommendations, and all the client did was follow them.
Who wrote this?
He did it!
It's a way to cover your ass, which is a very common expression in the business world.
This system is great for short-term profits and shareholders, but not so great if you care about jobs or safety. So what happens when you apply this mindset to the industries that we literally can't live without? That's when things start to get even darker.
Healthcare is pretty much McKinsey's bread and butter.
Bread prices.
Hospitals, for sure. Insurance companies, managed care companies, pharmaceutical companies. Top 5 McKinsey clients would be companies like Johnson & Johnson and the big managed care insurance company Anthem, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Let me say that again. McKinsey's biggest money earner is our healthcare system, and it's also where they've done some of the most damage. In 2018, McKinsey was contracted with the nonprofit hospital Providence Medical to design a program to get more patients to pay their medical bills.
Providence Hospital is a tax-exempt hospital. They're required to provide free care to poor people. And they were looking for any way to cut costs, and they turned to McKinsey to find a way to convince poor people to pay bills, even if in many cases they actually were not required to pay those bills.
McKinsey literally wrote a script for hospital staff to read to these patients. Staff were not allowed to take no for an answer and were told to take just $3 if that was all the patient had.
If they didn't pay, if they didn't get anything out of this, in some cases, they would refer it to a third-party debt collection agency. They would, destroy these people's credit rating.
And now Providence is being sued while McKinsey is once again not being held accountable, legally, financially, or otherwise. And while they're working for private sector...
It's the perfect business. If you're a soulless demon, of course, but it's the perfect demon. It's the perfect demon. There you go. Freudian slip, intentional. It's the perfect business. So you have absolutely no accountability if anything goes wrong. Your clients are people who, if they hire you, immediately get a pay raise. And the people you always end up fucking, be it the consumer or the employee, cannot really come after you. It's the perfect business. It's literally the perfect business.
Their clients, they're also working for the government agencies that are meant to be regulating them. Two more McKinsey clients were Philip Morris and Juul.
McKinsey was also working for the FDA office that regulated tobacco. At the same time, they had these clients. And you see the reporting in our book that said that actually the people at the FDA did not know that McKinsey was advising the tobacco companies. And this is the same, with Juul. This is when the FDA was cracking down on these e-cigarettes. And pharma, the same thing. And most infamously, they're working for opioid makers, especially Purdue Pharma.
Conflicts of interest are the name of the game for McKinsey. They're
like heroin. They went into heroin. Heroin.
Like business class mercenaries. They'll fight for any and every side that will pay them, and sometimes even ones that don't. In 1997, the state of Illinois was trying to reduce welfare spending. They needed help, and McKinsey generously offered their services for free.
One of the tricks McKinsey does, they will often come in and do pro bono work. And this is often a way just to kind of get in the door.
Once their foot was in the door, they were called back by some of the same state officials 20 years later to help this time with restructuring Medicaid. And this time, it wouldn't be for free.
Imagine hiring a company known for fucking over the little guy so they can consult on you about Medicaid. You know exactly what you're doing if you do that. You know exactly what you're doing if you do that. Exactly. And you're probably being paid under the table as well.
Around the same time...
Under the table when it comes to politicians, very much so over the table, meaning legally when it comes to corporate executives, because it's fucking legal.
Illinois hit some budget troubles. It was found that they were in about $1 million of debt to basic medical services while sending $75 million to McKinsey. It was also found that under McKinsey's project, the state was paying $60...
What kind of consultancy do you need to do for me to give you $75 million, man? Dude, you need to find a cure to death, okay? I better be living forever if I hire you as a consultant for $75 million. You better consult this dick into being 10 inches if I'm paying you $75 million.
$3 billion to 7 private insurers, 4 of whom were also McKinsey clients. According to the Illinois comptroller, this taxpayer money was spent with less oversight than a purchase of paper clips. Like a vampire, McKinsey got themselves invited in with pro bono work, and now they were sucking Illinois dry.
They're on all sides of the food chain, in the healthcare industry, and there's just so much money there.
On their own website right now, McKinsey admits that healthcare in Illinois should be improved, specifically around opioid use. So cool that the solution to these problems they have actively helped create is bold collaborative action. It's like if someone came over to your house and used all your dishes and then was like, oh, according to my research, someone should probably do the dishes.
Dishes are done, man.
Once they sink their teeth into our governments, they stay for as long as they can. They make sure these agencies don't even remember a time before them.
You just end up relying on these people who are getting paid multiple times what a civil servant will be paid and aren't really accountable to the public in a serious way and may just come through for a few months at a time and then move on to something else since you don't build up this expertise and you just don't have this capacity to do things that states need to do.
They do all this while hiding behind the fact that they don't make the decisions.
This guy, Richard Elder, was like, look, we don't do policy, we just do execution. We're not here to make choices about what policies are good. All the values were about doing right by our clients, having an obligation to dissent, but that doesn't mean the dissent is going to go anywhere. Just means you're not going to get fired for speaking out.
A former McKinsey employee told Michael that a manager would advise new recruits to wedge yourself in and spread like an amoeba. Once in, you should spread yourself in the organization and do everything. In other words, act like a Trojan horse. He was...
They become so fucking reliant. You can't get rid of them. They behave like a virus, right? Like a literal virus. McKinsey is fucking HIV, right? The longer they stay, the more it becomes AIDS, dude.
Talking about their clients. But as we've seen, the McKinsey amoeba has wedged its way into every part of American life. So what should we do about it? Well, the DOJ is investigating their work on opioids criminally for the first time, and some politicians have even talked about banning McKinsey from federal contracts. But most of these problems aren't even unique to McKinsey. If we just banned one consulting firm from federal contracts, the others would likely just fill in the gaps.
The reality is there are companies called Bain and Boston Consulting Group and Deloitte and Accenture, and they are offering kind of the same product. And I don't.
And the crazy thing is, like, they even pay like their entry employees the worst salaries. They get all these kids, and for the first year, they basically pay you minimum wage. And then in a year, 50% of the people leave. In the second year, they give you a 10% increase basically on minimum wage. And then another 50% of those people leave. And I think only at year 4 or 5, when they know that only people that are brainwashed by the company and only people that have already invested 4 to 5 years into the company can't find, like, already are like with both feet in the mud, as they say, will not fucking leave. That's when they start giving you the big salaries, and you're already a cutthroat fucking murderer at that point because they've hazed you. Like, they literally hazed you into the company's dogmatic perspective.
Think that the results would be that different.
Ultimately, we need to untangle the dependency on consulting McKinsey has fostered in our government.
There you go. Kai on chills. Yep, I work for a consulting company and can confirm. Thank you.
Things are set up in such a way where if you just like cut off the consulting firms, I don't think
Deloitte almost hired me out of uni, basically similar to these guys. Obviously not on the same fucking level. And then when they told me the salary, I'm not doing that. Thank you very much. Man, Yugo would be something very different. I told this to chat many times. I was even given a job offer by fucking Gazprom. Yeah, by Gazprom. You know who fucking Gazprom is? In an alternative universe, Yugopnik took that fucking job, and he's now fucking burning the planet. God.
Think you can build up that capacity overnight. Like, this is like a.
And when people tell me like I do this job as a grift to make money, do you know how fucking rich I would be if I continued my fucking corporate career? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, absolutely. I went into spreading communism on YouTube to be rich. Absolutely. When I had the opportunity to, yeah. Exactly. This is how I get rich. Absolutely. Good for you, man. Big brain.
Kind of a generational long project, and I think that requires governments like.
How did you get those offers? Because I live in a small country, and I was a very good fucking student, and I had good fucking grades, and I know how to talk to people. That's how.
Seeing people more and creating workplaces that are more appealing, as well as like just a philosophical change.
And I was privileged as shit because of my education.
Public-private partnerships are not the default best way to go, and government should actually learn how to do things well. Again, we've done it before.
And what about the army of young MBA grads ready to keep the consulting industry marching on for another 100 years?
I would tell them that these organizations will promise you that you can do work that is exciting and prestigious and improves the world with smart people that pays well. You can have it all. And I would just tell them that that's not true. I think I'm really much happier than the cohort of people that I worked with at McKinsey, even though I make like so much less money than them. And my life and career is like less stable and predictable, but you have privilege by being in this position, and you have some kind of opportunity and I think to some extent an obligation to use that to actually make the world a better place, and I think you will end up being happier for it.
Thanks for watching The Classroom. We're always looking.
Like, consultancies can literally exist in lower stages of socialism. They will, instead of going to incredibly fucked up corporations, they will go to enterprises, and because they will exist in a system where increasing the average fucking life standard of workers of these particular enterprises is important, as well as the betterment of the production of what these enterprises are putting out is important. They will be able to go and help, etc., etc. I guess the niche thing that we want to learn from this today's stream, as it's coming to an end, is violence does not exist in a bubble. It is a tool that can be used in many directions, and depending on the bottom ideology from which it springs will define how violence is used, will define how consultancy is used, will define how state management will be used. Things by themselves are not good or bad. Things by themselves do not have a moral dichotomy adjusted to it. That the mind of the liberal applies this. Do not do this. It is systems that take ideas and switch them towards a direction that will best suit whatever that system has defined as the goal. And as long as profitability is the goal, well, all those systems will be used to exclusively increase it. And the more they use it to exclusively increase it, the less time they will have to help us and any working person. That is the lesson of today, my beautiful, beautiful chatters. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you very much to my mods, without whom I would not be able to do this. Secondly, thank you very much to all the subscribers. Genuinely as well, would not be able to do this without you guys. And thank you to all the new followers that we have brought to this community today. See you very soon. Look out, join the fucking Discord, look at the stream schedule in the Discord, and look at the stream schedule here on Twitch. I'll be figuring out the next couple of days. I have some family shit, etc., etc. I will figure it out, and I will be seeing you soon, hopefully. Eventually, I want to make this a 4-day a week thing, but the deprogram, my fucking YouTube, and then all private stuff, I really need to find a way to properly schedule my existence around, let's be honest, being monkey with my beautiful, beautiful chat. Thanks again for joining me. Today, we will not be raiding anybody because I want to give you guys a offline space in which you can interact and so on. Check out my Discord. Check out Ugopnik on Instagram. I usually post stories there where you get to hang out. I wish you love, happiness, and all the things that beauty pageant winners say. Long live Palestine, long live the socialist movement, and I will be seeing you soon. Discord, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. And to remind you all, on YouTube, there is Ugopnik Live, where I put up all the fucking good highlights in case you miss the live streams. Please go and check it out. Just type in Ugopnik Live, a little subscription would go a very long way. Also, if you know anybody who might be interested in these streams, send it their way. And with that being said, today we learned a bit about corporate greed, about imperialism, and most importantly, about Chinese and Balkan memes, baby. A great rest of the day. I wish you safety and kindness. With that being said, offline chatters, have some fun. Bye-bye. Mwah, 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 mwah.